Well, that'll be that then, won't it? I'm just laughing at myself. Yeah, I was writing in the title, Lightcode activation, and it went live. So I could feel them saying to me, no, that's what people find out and they do it. Do you know what I mean? Like, because it's a gift, right? Like I'm gifting it, but it's a gift from spirit. And why should people, you know what I mean? Like, and it's kind of funny because hi next, it's like, well done. It's kind of funny because really anyone can do this, right? And anyone will be doing it and they'll just get the benefits from it and they won't bother to thank me or let me know or anything. But that isn't the majority of the good people. Well, actually, I don't know about averages. Well, I'm terrible at maths, but do you mean at least there are people that let me know? But I get why it done that because it let me write everything else. And then it didn't let me write about the whatever I'd call it, healing activation. But it's because the way that I see it, the way that I've done it before, that's why I used to kick people out that I know you do. And that's why you're getting results. It's no coincidence, by the way. The people that get the biggest results are the people that really know what changes in their life from the healing that they use me channel. Do you know what I mean? Like it's always the most grateful people and the people that have invested in me in some way, shape, or form and still do. I always recognize that. But yeah, I just thought that was funny because they didn't even I'll put it in after, but then it'll be done because I do feel there is some sort of, I feel there is an extra magic. I mean, well, actually, from the last time you said you know what I mean? You said you did get amazing results from the replay, didn't you? But so it shows the people that are meant to connect with this, whether it's live or replay, will connect with it on the replay as well, the recordings. But I feel there's always going to be that extra bit of magic live, you know what I mean? And I know that because whenever I used to, like the first few times I'd done things like this live and it was on the Facebook, right? I'm just going to be my blunt self. There was always some fake ass fucker. I'm just going to call a spade a spade. Somebody who had been off the radar for about 1,000,000,000,000,000,000 trillion fucking years. And they pop up and they're like, oh, hey, honey, or hey, babe. Or what was the other one? Oh, hey, it. And I'm just kind of like, no, please, Dunny, please, honestly. Those people in real life, when I bump into the street, in fact, before they even get to do that, I'll be fucking crossing the road. Do you know what I mean? No happening. Or in fact, I think I'm that much my true self now. I'd probably just actually fucking say it. Like, I remember I'd said that before because somebody just totally popped in my. But it's like, yeah, I'm not entertaining that shit. Like, no. Like, and maybe it is something to, I'm not even 40 yet, but maybe it's because I'm a year and I can't even fucking count. A year, just over a year and a little bit away from that. I'm just like, I can't be bothered with people that talk shite and that want to start creeping up when you're doing well, when they weren't supporting you, when, you know what I mean, when you were at the bottom. Started from the bottom, now we're here. I mean, listen, technically, we're probably still at the bottom, but we're on 413 here. But do you know what I'm saying? When people see that you're happy and you're doing well and they've fucked off for ages and then they come back, can't be arsed for that. But in saying that, what I've really loved seeing this week, so that the wrong people don't get the message, because none of those people but they did used to do it. So if anyone's still lurking, I bet they'll know who they are, and this is for you. It's the people that used to do it. It was on Facebook especially. They'd pop up and they'd be like, yeah, they do that. And it was like it was to put me off. You know what I mean? It was to kind of, rattle me a little bit. But they might not even consciously know they're doing it. It's because again, that's the amount of people that are fake like that, and they don't realize, to people like me and quite a lot of us, anyone that sort of resonates with me, it's so obvious. Like, do you know what I mean? I can feel it in my bones when somebody is just so not genuine or they're wanting something out of you. And that's probably why people don't even fucking try it with me. And that's why now I want to say, because that is just what I'm not going to do the meditation until we're a little while into this, to be honest. I'll know when I feel I'm going to do it because it's a quantum healing, meditation. It's like, it's better if I have been talking for quite a while before I channel the meditation. So those of you in the UK, hopefully you can, hello, Charlotte, hopefully you can stay awake, for that bit. And even if you fall asleep, doesn't matter, right? It'll be going to your subconscious. But anyway, what I have loved seeing is there's a couple of people that popped up this week, and they are genuine, lovely people. And it proves the point that I felt the right people would eventually, I mean, it has kind of taken a bit of a year, whether that's when people have started watching the YouTube or you've been watching on the down low and you had the confidence to talk. These are the people I want to see saying hi. And nobody needs to, like, I know what's genuine. Like, for instance, you know, there was a medium I'd done stuff with previously, Della. Like, she said hi, you know, you seen my face light up, and you know, and I'd say, like, she was a mate, I loved that. So Della, if you're watching at any point, talk whenever you want. And then there was Nicola, who I was, you know, I mean, I even remember Nicola's, like, you know, she used to pop up in my other stuff, and that was nice to see Nicola. And Nicola might have been watching out. Like, people like I know that yous are genuine, but there's other ones I'm waiting to see if people even dare do that shit, because I can't be bothered with it, right? Do you know what I mean? If you've been watching, lurking, snooping, having a gossip, you may as well just stay quiet and keep on doing it, doll or bro or whatever. I don't care. Do you know what I mean? The people that have been lurking quiet and you're finding your own voice and you're wanting to join in and have fun, get involved. Do you know what I mean? So there we go. And nobody needs to worry, as long as you know that you're not fully shy and you're genuine, get involved. But if you're fully shy and you think that I can't see through that, fuck off. Do you know what I mean? With love, but fuck off. Right. So I don't know why I'm saying that, but it must be because there's some haters lurking. How interesting. Right. So, but there always is, guys. There always is. I'm not talking shite. Like I say, it comes up in every single, whenever I get healing or readings for myself, it comes up constantly. Yes, last time replay was magical. And by the way, we're in Sagittarius moon now. I love it. And I'm not going to tell you the essential oil burner that I've got going, because I want to see what the thing that I noticed, which was magical, was how crazy is that? So on the Tuesday I was burning a throat chakra one. And then I just connected now Charlotte is, you know, that would be in line with something that you would do anyway, I would imagine, like speaking events and that. But I thought that's kind of funny because it was obviously like for the people that were doing things of that variety, like speaking up wherever they need to speak up, even if it's just speaking up to a person in their life or arranging things like that. That was obviously that theme of that day. And then yesterday when I was burning the sacral chakra one, Lexi literally had been guided to watch the sacral chakra clearing of mine. Now it would have even been weird if she'd watched a sacral chakra thing of anyone's, but you know what I mean? I just thought that was so cool. So like I said, I've just, without even thinking, intuitively put another one on there, and I just want to see, if there's any themes. So I'll just put that aside and then I'll notice. Along with, like, I don't always do this, but I'll ask for like my own wee signs. And it's quite common, and it's actually quite common of a few people end up being the one to deliver it. So yeah, I asked for a wee sign, and I just asked for a complete, well, it's not a complete total, not a random word, but yeah, a random word in a way. So I'm just going to see if anybody, so if I suddenly kind of smile or something, somebody's maybe said, somebody's maybe gave me a sign or something. So, and it's nothing obvious, so don't anybody guess or anything. Right, so right, I might still be Susan, but I'll be listening. Yes, absolutely. The thing is, it's great that you're here now live. And by the way, I'm so grateful. Like, I hope you know I'm really, really grateful when people get involved, because this would be boring as fuck if nobody spoke back. So, God, that smells delightful, that. Right. Wonder Woman cup, indeed. Yes, good. No, because yeah, that's amazing. Because you just reminded me when I read your comment, right? Because obviously that is the momentum of the challenge, but obviously you're one of the tiny few. Like, Nyx is on the highest tier where I send out the distance healing. Where I did. Oh look, and then you weren't even on the thing, or were you? You know, if you were on it, you didn't talk. But I mean, that's fine if you were. But that's funny if you don't even know that last night there was all this stuff about sacral chakra stuff, because you're just saying I did sacral chakra stuff this morning. Yeah, so Nyx is on along with a few other people, is on my highest tier of the coffee platform. So look, there you go. There's that will have contributed a little bit to the benefits of picking your energy up, because you weren't feeling like that, right? And then I pieced together that your message was the one that was about take the next day, which was yesterday. I'm so confused here. Take the next day all to yourself, to go within and purge, right? And then I was meant to send the distance healing Monday night, but because I got off so late, I sent it during the day yesterday. So do you know what I mean? There's some magic in that. It was meant to be. And then someone else that had received the distance healing had said they'd felt it as well. And so yeah, it's just really to stress that to anybody that's thinking about, well, am I going to notice a difference of getting the distance healing? I would say so. Going by, when I started the distance healing on the 10/10 portal, the 10th of October there. And remember, I had done it previously. Like, I used to send free healing out once a week on my Facebook page. And people had the most amazing. I mean, when I was clearing out my phone and looking at the things that people said, it was quite frankly like astounding. I remember there was one woman had asked, because I used to say, ask for yourself and someone in your life. So she just said me and someone in my life. And I tell this all the time, but it's because it's true. Her husband was bedbound with something. I can't remember what it was. Well, the next day, like there was some kind of miraculous recovery. Do you know what I mean? And also I popped up in her dream or something. It was all very random. But, I realised, it was quite, when I'm thinking, Jesus Christ, man, do you know what I mean? That's the bit. So it really does work. And especially for those of you that, and that's not a coincidence when I'm saying Jesus Christ, because I'm pulling in these energies. But, yeah, people feel the difference. Like I say, if you feel a real connection to me, you will feel the difference. And then you can look at what the other perks are. But basically, it's a distance healing twice a month. But by the way, that's not the thing that's not the thing I'm launching this week, because it was so funny when I was talking with my angelic assistant earlier and, just kind of briefing her on the things that I'll be talking about more, toward tomorrow onwards. I hadn't even factored in the coffee platform, because that's how laid back I am about that. Like that's not going to be a big fucking cash generator for me, guys. I'm well aware of that. It's more just, it doesn't take a lot for me to send out that healing, but I do take the 30, often I do it longer than that, 30, 45 minutes, sometimes an hour, to send out that healing. And people feel it. So, for me to do what would take the least of my energy, but people would really feel the benefits, that's what they guided me to do. And it's so funny because other people that are kind of the same sort of wave of me or frequency, like it's interesting when I see things in the collective and it's like what I'm going to be doing here tonight for free. A lot of people are actually charging for that. You know what I mean? Like you wouldn't get access to what I'm going to, because I'm going to, for the people that have taken the action, and it's not too late. You could literally just do anything small, before I get to the activation tonight, then we're going to do this and I'm going to help you jump a timeline. Do you know what I mean? And like, yeah, and it is powerful. And I know that I've got the confidence behind that because I've got the evidence to back it up from all the things before. And that's even before you've seen the other two videos. By the way, and if anyone hasn't watched Marjorie's video, I'm like, oh, damn it, I wanted to be there for the premiere so that I could chat away. But yeah, go and watch it, right? It's only 20 minutes. And if anyone's even in the slightest bit been wondering about the transformations that you can get and hearing a real live person rather than you hearing me regurgitate all the time, go and watch it. And also Marjorie is just absolutely amazing. So anyway, there you go. That's that spiel. Right, so happy new moon indeed. Yeah, that's crazy, by the way. Whenever you watch Tuesdays Back, you'll see there was a whole big stuff about the sacral chakra. So it just shows you're tuning in anyway. You're feeling it even when you're not live. So, oh my God, it's a bit fucking chilly in here. I had the heater on all day. And then, because it's like, long story short, it's storage heating, right? It's a fucking nightmare. And I mean, there's a really funny, in fact, I'm going to tell it. Do you know what? Listen, story time. So, throat chakra went funny there, and I know why. Anyway, I'm going to tell a story. So my heater broke. Now again, no shade, because there's no fucking way that this guy's going to be watching that, right? And if he is, I'm saying nothing but nice stuff. But he came to fix my heater, and I ended up basically. Well, I do what I do with everyone, and I ended up kind of not giving them a reading, but I'm just standing in my jammies and formally having a fucking chat. Do you know what I mean? And anyway, so he came to fix the heater, and then he needed an extra part for the heater. And I mean, oh my God, girls that were in well, you're still in, we don't call it a membership, but the girls that are in the tier, can you remember when that was? It was a long fucking time ago, wasn't it? Hello, Lexi. But anyway, yeah, long story short, he came to fix the heater, we were chatting away, and then he recognised he needed an extra part. And I'm just having a big heart to heart and everything. And he's talking about his stuff, I'm talking about my stuff. And there was a lot of magical conversations that took place. And then yeah, and then all I know is like, I said a few things that kind of like, I think kind of just was like, yeah, just kind of blew him away with synchronicities of like the spirit world. And believe he never returned with a spare part. Do you know what I mean? And I'm thinking, fucking hell. But then time passed and I just cracked on with it. And then because I don't know, I don't think it was that cold. And then it was a heat wave, so I didn't need it. Was it June? Oh my God. And then and it was just hilarious though, because it was actually Pammy that said, I thought that's funny. She said, she was like, that's hilarious. She was like, you asked to get it fixed. And that was it. Oh my God, she was like, you asked to get it fixed at Christmas and he rocks up in June. So it's like this, like, and he's an old, you know what I mean? He's older than me, he's an older electrician guy. And it was just so funny. So like he's rocked up in June. And I'm thinking, how funny is that? That then he never even fixed it. He was meant to come back with a spare part and never fucking returns. I'm like, right, listen, mate, I'm fucking freezing now, right? I'm pretty sound, but come on, hurry the fuck up. So I'm bet watch this. I bet you text tomorrow now because I said that. But yeah, that was really pretty funny. But yeah, now I mean we're sitting in November now, and yeah, so but that's the story behind that. So it's an oil heater, right? So it's like I'll put it on and it does heat the room up, but then the window's shut and it was like, oh my God. And then I was just in my room anyway. I spend just a lot of time in my room. And then when I'm not doing this, you know what I mean? And then basically, so now because I've opened the window for the sage and I turned that down, it's not cold, but it's fresh. It's not cold. It's not cold, but and the thing is, I'm not that excited about the heater getting fixed because it won't make a fucking difference anyway. I think I just need to invest in an electric blanket again. I couldn't, this is how much of a hoarder I am. I couldn't actually part with the electric blanket that I got last Christmas. Shit, was it last Christmas or the Christmas before, by the way? I feel like it might have even been the Christmas before. No, it must, oh, fuck knows. But anyway, I kept the blanket because it was that cozy and it doesn't even fucking work. My mum was like, you should have got a guarantee. And I'm like, oh, Rona, I know. But so anyway, let me see. You're saying a lot of words. Let's read this out. Right. But yeah, I just thought that was funny. There's going to be some meaning to it. Nah, it can't have been the end of July because that was a heat wave. So it wasn't because it wasn't when it was that hot, if that's what you're talking about. I think it was more like what Nick's is saying it was. Right. So I took my second step today with a simple affirmation that I'm worthy to have clients book with me and that I just asked for at least one booking with me to come in today, literally not even 4 hours later, because this is what I said for Lexi, by the way. Later, boom, I got someone to come downstairs and ask about me. Another hour passes. Someone came down to talk about boosting my online stuff so my name can travel on the internet. Exactly, because you're amazing. And why are people taking shit away? I'm like, what did you say? Last Christmas, exactly, last Christmas. Thank you. Sorry, sharing before I get no. Thank you for sharing that. That's great. Now I want an electric blanket. Yeah, it was pretty great, but I mean, it didn't last very long, did it? So, right. So yes, that's that. Right. So the other random thing that happened. Well, that's the only thing that random happened actually. So, I really can't stop doing that. I mean, I don't know that I'm going to be able to stop it, but yeah, I could stop it. I wanted that my voice just gets so fucking loud. I mean, it was happening earlier when I was I'm like, why do I do that? But then I catch myself and I'm quiet. So I just get excited. Right. So just when the caterpillar thought the world was over, it became a butterfly. The reason I'm showing you that, right, is because the other week there, when I was looking after a wee girl, she's gonna be 7 very, very soon. And I've got her a magical little oh, wait a minute, you haven't seen it. You don't know. So there was a video I done, keeping it anonymous, of like, and I basically told a story about, I pulled a crystal card that day, and it was this little girl's name, and she was coming to my house later that day. And I thought, of all the days to pull it, right? And then we later had all this magical interaction. And yeah, I done a video on it, and I never published it. So if I remember after this or tomorrow, I'll publish it so that you know what I'm talking about. If you know, if you care to, if you want to watch it, because it was quite interesting if you're interested in my work with children. But yeah, the story behind that is when she first came here, like she started drawing a caterpillar that turned into a butterfly. And I was like, oh, that's like the magnet on my fridge. And it was really meaningful at that point. I can't remember what was happening that week, but it was quite meaningful, I think, actually, for me personally, and probably someone I was working with. But and then anyway, this fell off the fridge. Like when I was hoovering earlier, it just kind of fell, and it was the only thing that fell. Now my nieces are all, I mean, my weeest niece is always pulling shit off the fridge and wanting to put her pictures on the fridge and that, but that was just lying there. So that's so meant to be, that spirit. Just when the caterpillar thought the world was over, it became a butterfly, because that's where a lot of people are at right now. And on off the back of that, some people are in this energy, and hopefully that's those of you that are taking part in this. You are the joy seeker. What little victories can you celebrate? Well, we've already had celebrating in the comments of people that have taken action, and then people have taken, you know, and then if you haven't taken an action, you can still take an action. But again, the difference is going to be that the action that you take tomorrow, you're going to be in a new timeline. Do you know what I mean? So that's why I wanted people to do. And again, I really just keep stressing this. I'm really proud of the big jumps that some people are taking, but for the people that get easily overwhelmed and then they think, oh, I'll just do it later, I'll not do this, or it's probably a load of shit anyway, whatever fucking people tell themselves to miss out on something, just do any fucking thing, because that's the point. Everything that led me up to doing what I'm doing right now, and that I just sort of, you know, sit down, have my coffee, you see, I'm just so fucking comfortable in here. I mean, it's not even funny, is it? It's like, I'm just, and even with knowing, I mean, I don't know if it's every time, but at some of the time, I'll have people watching me just to be nosy, or just to gossip, or just to send me negative energy, or whatever, you know, all of that kind of stuff. None of that stops me. But at one point, it did. The thought of it did, before it was even as bad as what it will be, you know what I mean? And it's like, if this channel is going to continue to grow, which it is, there'll only be more of that. But like, you can't, that's why you can't stop letting your fear win. You can't you can't keep looking for outside validation. So that's why I'm saying, I love when people are taking big leaps of faith, but it's important for the people that have never done this before to know that everybody that's taking big leaps of faith have done this challenge either every single time in the Facebook group, or at least once, or done it, and so, you know what I mean? So it's I would not expect it as in I've got an expectation, but you know, it doesn't surprise me that it's big stuff. Or like it's people that are getting extra outside sort of healing additionally. So that's good for people to know as well, that, you know, it's like, basically you get out what you put in. Yeah, you know what I mean? Everybody that's sort of getting involved does invest in me in some way, shape or form, even if it's a small bit or a big bit. So there's something in that. So I keep saying about the law of reciprocity. But my voice got really fucking loud again there as well. What was I going to say? I lost what I was gonna say. Oh yeah. So yeah, for the newbies to this, or even if you're not new and you're just kind of massively fucking overthinking, procrastinating, you know what I mean? Definitely, if you're not even telling us what you're doing, just fucking do it yourself privately. You don't need to even fucking tell anyone. Just do it. Like, do it for you so that you can, like that. What little victories can you celebrate? Like, that's why I was like, they gave me the example of If you're somebody that's just, you know, when somebody asks you to do something, you know, you might intuitively be like, do you know what, I actually really haven't got energy for that. And you know, for whatever reason, I need to actually just have a date myself. Or I just, like, for me, right, because I'm a counsellor, the obvious one is, you know, a lot of the time, you know, whether it's personally or professionally, or usually a bit of both from all over, people will just open their heart to me, and they'll tell me from the little things, you know, little victories which are great, to the massive things, and they'll, you know, they'll offload quite a lot on me. And, you know, it's like something I'm just like, I haven't got, like, you know, I haven't got the energy or the capacity for it. And then, but because I'm so giving and loving, I would find it quite hard, you know, to set boundaries around that or say. And that's why a lot of the things that I've put in place, I've done it, and I feel so much better, and I can still help people. And like say, if people really love, if it's professionally, well, they can come and find me here. And like say, even people that weren't sort of getting involved here, they are coming slowly. They're coming, because if I'm really meant to help them, you know, build it and they will come, even if it takes a year or longer. And you know, and it's kind of like and then, you know, people personally, well, again, if it's a real friend, they'll understand if you don't text right, if you don't text back right away or whatever, all that kind of. And it's the same with, like, you know, who was it was saying the other day? It was like, oh yeah, you've not got your WhatsApp. So, you know what I mean? And I'm like, what? So if somebody WhatsApp me and I don't reply, well, I'm dead or something, or do you know what I mean? It's like, if I really sort of wanted to contact, you know, like my friends, it's like I would text and be like, are you all right? And like, you know what I mean? The people that don't do that, it's like, are they really a friend? Like, you know what I mean? If I message somebody on WhatsApp and they didn't respond, you know what I mean? I would do that. I would kind of tap in, but you know what I'm saying? It's like, anyway. But so for those of you, I feel that will be someone's. For me to use that as an example in the comments, and now I'm saying it again, it's like, if that is you, if you're always like a yes woman or a yes man, then you could even just do that now. Just say to yourself, do you know what my block is? I keep saying yes to everyone else and put myself to the back of the queue, or the things that I want to get done are never getting done because I'm always, you know, saying yes to everyone else, running around. But, you know, you might literally be running around after everyone else. So just make a promise to yourself, I'm not going to do that as much. Or the next time I feel it in my solar plexus, I don't want to do it. I'm actually just going to say to somebody, you know what, I can't actually do that, right? Because that'll be really hard. For the person that can't do that, that will be really hard. But start somewhere, do it, and then start as you mean to go on, and then do something else the next day that's kind of a bit out your comfort zone. You know what I mean? Somebody says, oh, you look nice, or your hair's nice or something. You usually ignore them and change the subject because you feel awkward. Just be like, oh, thanks, yeah. You know what I mean? Whatever, for some people, that's not a big deal because you've worked on it. For other people, that's a big fucking massive deal. So that's, you know, things like that, just things that you can't actually, you know, tangibly see. So, but just that matters too. That's what I want to get across, right? These can sometimes make the biggest difference in your life, and don't do it so that people could congratulate you, whether it's me or everybody else, or because although these things are great, do it for you, and that will last a lifetime. Boom, drop the mic, love it. Right. So that's for the people that are in that vibe, right? You're the joy seeker. What little victories can you celebrate, right? Whether it's for yourself or celebrating for each other. But then I pulled, this is the ones for the people that are still very much in the energy of not quite there yet. But it doesn't mean that they're not going to get there soon, because like say, some of you weren't feeling so great the other day and you are now. Do you know what I mean? So that gives other people hope. That's why we're all in a different timeline. As we know, this is healing for twin flames. So sometimes it's going to be more about the love. Actually, this week, like I say, I think they really have listened to me for once, although it might have got a little bit into the love stuff and all that, and the twin flame, well, actually, fucking hell, the twin flame drama, if it anything to go with by what I started yesterday. But do you know what I mean? I've quite enjoyed that for a wee bit of a difference. And it's very good for detaching from all of that, you know what I mean? And just focusing on you, wherever you're at, whether you're divine feminine, divine masculine, man, woman, whatever you identify as. But yeah, I feel this is for the people that are not quite there yet and on a different part of the timeline. You are the truth seeker. Awakening And that's why I say that awakening, like people are awakening for the first time, or they're going through a particularly dark time. And it's like we're holding space for those as well. Actualizing, transcending. How can you invite more grace to guide you? So how can you invite in more grace to guide you? How can you invite in more compassion for yourself? How can you invite in that energy? Just give yourself a break. Because look, this woman's fallen, you know, she's like fallen kind of in the air, and that could be a man as well. And it's just kind of like just going, you know, just letting yourself be taken wherever you're meant to be taken, and not trying to control everything. And then we've got 8, which is about personal power and abundance. And I dare say lots of, you know, abundance will come in for people, you know, if you give it a bit of time. Some people, you don't need to give it too much time. You heal by releasing, not suppressing. So again, wherever you're still suppressing your feelings about whatever it is in your life, you're being guided not to do that. Like you said, you know, the first 3 days of this week were fucking amazing opportunities to be able to really let go. And now we've stepped into all that fire. I mean, right now it's the sun, moon, Mercury, and Venus. So, you know, that is your soul power. That is your, you know, secret feelings, your private feelings, your the way that you communicate, and what you value, what you love, and romance. It's all in fiery, fun, optimistic Sagittarius. So, you know what I mean? It is a great energy for picking your energy up. And I'm being a bit biased because my moon sign is Sagittarius, but you all know that. You all know that. New ones don't. But you see, that's what holds an extra magic with me holding this as well. Because out of all the 12 signs, this new moon that we're in tonight, but really for the UK guys, like, listen, Tammy woke me up this morning saying happy new moon, right? And she must be like, oh, fuck off, Claire. She wouldn't say, well, she might now, actually, after fucking being around me too much. She probably does say that in her head. But do you mean, I'm like, well, technically, it's not really till tomorrow for us, because it's like quite late at night here, which I'll probably still be sitting on here when it is. But you know what I mean? It's yeah, it's that kind of it's a very happy, optimistic, and it's an energy about even when the chips are down, Sagittarius energy can usually find something to be quite optimistic about. And you'll see that with me all the time. If you're a hashtag oldie, or if you're new, you'll see that. And again, that's why they're using me to lead people through the darkness. And I say, you know, I think that, you know, it's kind of like, even if people's twin flames were ready, you know what I mean? I don't think I would actually be sent, because then I maybe wouldn't do the work I'm meant to do in the world. Do you know what I mean? I don't know. But, you know, that's where, again, you let go and surrender. You heal by releasing, not suppressing. What emotions do you need to feel? So that's perfect for the energy that we've been in. Right. So, and oh yes, and this as well, this card drew my attention today. Awaken. Oh yeah, of course. I just pieced that together. Awakening, and it's got the wee yin yang symbol on it. I love that. Change the way you're looking at the situation. Embrace your uniqueness. A temporary pause in action. So again, you see, this is either you, or this could be your twin flame. I really do feel, you know, lots of people are being guided to just, you know, pause and be still. Especially, like I say, the start of this week, the first 3 days, just kind of pause. Take inventory of your life, and, like, you know, do you like your life? Do you love your life? You know, if not, why not? And are you doing anything about it? And that's what this challenge is all about. You know what I mean? Nobody's going to change your life for you. You have to take the action to do it. Messy action. You know what I mean? As I said, progress, not perfection. Messy action. Fuck it, let's go. You know what I mean? All of this kind of stuff. Like, but it's not, if you're not there, then rest, relax, have a sleep. You know what I mean? But this is what I love about, we've got some people in the live stream now weren't feeling like that as little as even 24 hours ago, definitely not 40 hours ago. And now they're, you know, now they've got the fire and they're moving. That can be you. But if you're always, I know why they're saying this. If you're always go, got to be my masculine, got to do this, got to do that, got to make the money, got to do, I don't know, whatever fucking masculine brain people do. But what I notice is, from the clients that I work with, all the people, in fact, Marjorie's one, if you've already watched that, that's basically what Marjorie's is about. Is she didn't even know what was going to come about from doing the therapy with me in particular. And she's left the fucking job of nearly 30 years, 27 years, guys. I mean, I still can't get my head around that. Do you know what I mean? And I'm fucking really excited for her. So, and it's about, again, it doesn't always need to be that you were miserable in your job, and it wasn't. It was just, there was just it was like what I've just said, there was just too many people pulling at her energy, and I could always tell by listening, you know what I mean? And now it's like she can go and sprinkle her Marjorie magic elsewhere, but there won't be as much pressure, and she can enjoy it even more. You know what I mean? And it's exactly like what I just described about myself. I can still help a lot of people, but there's not as much pulling, you know what I mean, at my energy. And when people do want to pull at my energy, book with me and I can help you. And then I'm not kind of pouring all my energy out and not getting either anything back or very little. Do you know what I mean? Because like I always say, gratitude's brilliant, doesn't pay the bills, right? But in saying that, I don't usually like knocking money off, but look out tomorrow onwards, because in talking with my angelic assistant, who, by the way, see when it gets to that bit, she'll just be explaining, because I'm terrible when it comes to percentages and all that, but I've okayed her on all the sort of things that, you know, that we came up with. So, but anyway, right, okay. So there's no donations that came in, so I'm going to do a bit of a collective reading. It is a bit fucking chill in here, by the way. Oh, actually, I might just put that on for anybody that does come on. And I mean, usually it's like you would just, well, hopefully you just know that if you want to, I would say, but I forgot to put it. Right, so time for a little housekeeping. Like the video when you jump on, please, and thank you. Yes, indeed, I just read that. Right, so is this? Yeah, there we go. Right, so I've pinned the link if anybody does want a personal message tonight, or like say, I was about to say I would do it tomorrow for you, but why wouldn't you want it tonight if I was on tonight? Today's action is done. Just posted my Black Friday offer in my Facebook group and Divine Tip. Love it. Well done, Charlotte. Absolutely love it. Well done. Right, so if you don't put it out there, nothing happens. Do you know what I mean? At least if you put it out there, you can be proud that you've done it and just let it go and see what happens. That's why hopefully I teach you all the time. It's like I even said to somebody today, like, you know, because like say, like I think I do that many things. Sometimes people can forget. Like, I'm not being funny, but like sometimes people do actually forget things I'm trained in. And the person I said that today, again, they may watch this, or they might not. It's like, you know, I am a life coach as well. So like, and because I am so spiritual and I help people that, like, I'm basically, you know, one of the titles I could call myself was a spiritual business coach. I'm very good at helping people with their business with the different things that have worked for me and the different things that have worked for my clients. So, and that's why I always say, yeah, it is kind of weird because usually people are like pitching that from a point of, I'm bringing in like 8 figures and I'm fucking walking about in fur coats and fucking I don't know where I was going to go with that, but you know what I mean? I actually have got a leopard print fur coat. It was quite funny because that furry blue one that I got that's getting sent back because I look like a Teletubby, I was like, actually, do you know what? That other one I got ages ago, like I hardly even wore it and it's fucking really tidy and nobody's got it. Do you know what I mean? And that's more me because I'm like, do you know what? Then there's nobody fucking cutting about in a blue furry Teletubby jacket because it's like, try and find that one because I got it ages ago and it's like brand new. Do you know what I mean? And I still got my other new jacket. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, hopefully get that across to people. Like, just because something works for someone doesn't mean it's going to work for you. But it's like when you put it out there, you know, sometimes it goes well. Sometimes again, you'll be able to tell with me. Like listen, I've been fully transparent. I've got loads of offers coming tomorrow. In fact, I've got too many, and I might quite possibly overwhelm the fucking lot of yous, and then nobody fucking buys anything. But I am throwing quite a lot because it's kind of like I couldn't decide what one. So I'm just like, oh, do you know what? That's for the people that want to go big, and then there's stuff, you know, bigger stuff with it. And then that's for the people that kind of want to go somewhere in the middle. And there's a lot of money off that, let me tell you. And then there's and then the other things are just always there anyway. And then the other thing is the clear tube. So yeah, so there's quite a few things. And some people will be like, oh no, you shouldn't have. And I was like, oh, who gives a fuck, right? Because the people that are going to buy anything with me anyway, they were already on the radar. Or, you know, like it'll be further down the line when people, you know what I mean? Well, who cares? Just let it go. And that's what true detachment is, whether we're talking about money coming in or business, or whether we're talking about the fucking love and the twin flame shit. You know, it's when you're kind of, everything's riding on this thing happening. That's when you like, you know, the energy, the desperation in it, and the kind of, you know what I mean? So don't rely on it. That's why really a lot of people, it's kind of like, yeah, don't quit your day job for your dream until you've got a bit of something behind you. But again, it doesn't always happen like that for everyone. Certainly doesn't happen like that for me. Some things I wish I had because it would be easier. But you know, when it's your calling, and you're fucking catapulted onto it. And so I've just sort of made it work for me. And it's kind of like, but yeah, but the point is if you don't put any kind of offers out there, how, you know, then people can't, and a lot of the time it is just because you're not actually, this is for the people that this is going to resonate. A lot of the time it is just because you're not actually giving people offers. So, you know what I mean? But I can't be accused of that because I bloody put stuff in my comments every day. So anyway. Again, with me, it usually is just because I'm helping too many people for free and then they don't need to buy anything. So, but right. But the wise people still invest because they know they're going to get even more help. Right. So let's see what we need from this. What do we need to know? We'll go with whatever I've just said there. Next, I want to use actually. Oh yes, they guided me to all my sort of they guided me all my, it's funny because I've got all my decks go by the star signs. It's like these are my Sag Moon decks, but it doesn't mean they're my favorite because, you know, I'm Sag Moon. It's just they've got quite a fiery sort of playful energy to them because I couldn't find my dolphin deck. Clearly been blocking myself from receiving. It stops now. Exactly. But Charlotte, I've watched you go on the process of that, and you've watched me go on it as well. And like say, you've watched me, if people have been observing right, you've watched me. This is what's crazy about it. Literally 2 years ago next month, I jumped to my highest timeline, and like I said, money fell that like a lot, like again, a lot of money for me. Like I went from like fuck all in my bank account to quite a lot, and I went into fucking shock, right? And I learned a lot of lessons as well about that. I just learned a lot of lessons. I learned a lot of lessons, but like you said, I wasn't ready for it. You know, fucking really annoying, but I was a little bit like when you're not ready for the real deal love as well, especially not twin flame love. It's like it's so weird to be like, well, why the fuck wouldn't you be ready for a lot of money? But it's what I've said before, because if people have been used to you being a certain way, and especially if it's like not having a lot of money, and it'll make them feel quite uncomfortable if you suddenly go from somebody that doesn't have a lot of money to actually having quite a bit of money, as well as being really happy when you're really happy anyway, right? Do you know what I mean? People are going to show their true colours, and there was a bit of that went on, not too much, but there was a bit of it that went on. It kind of took a while to sort of show, but anyway, blah 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 blah. But really, more than sort of being like, oh, it was because people started acting different around me, it was more to take personal responsibility. It was more about that I couldn't handle it yet. I wasn't ready for it, right? Because again, we do need to take personal responsibility, right? But I did feel, there was a bit of there was resistance. But it's kind of like, right, I'll tell you an inside secret, right? See, when I'm doing stuff like this, right, there's a reason why I deleted my Facebook Messenger as well. Because I might install it, like I might get it back for Christmas so that people can say Merry Christmas and that, but I also might not, and it might just be, you know, sit here. But I deleted that so that I could just fully be immersed in because we're in a container. When I start this on the Monday, I open up a space and I don't close it again until definitely the Friday, but it could even be said to be the Sunday, you know, because that's when the cart will close. On the the virtual cart will close on the Sunday, but really the Friday, so all this magic is happening. So that's why I have to sleep till quite late, and then I get up. I haven't even been outside, by the way. I haven't been outside for days because they were like, no, we don't want you to go outside. I'm hoping I can go outside tomorrow, but I get guided to do all this sorts of stuff to be able to hold this energy. But I also don't like this week, like there's no point in me, because we're at Thursday, other than the fact, like say I've got my niece tomorrow, and then I've got another wee girl. Like I so I'll see a couple of people tomorrow, just very briefly, and then the children, they don't count. But I'm staying away from anybody that could potentially rock this high energy that I'm in. Do you know what I mean? And again, it wouldn't be anybody that would mean to, but yeah, hard to explain what I mean, but it's wise if you get what I'm saying for you to do the same when you're trying to move out of a comfort zone. It would be wise to protect that, because I have done it several times before, and I think where I went wrong before is I wouldn't have kept myself away from potential bursting the bubble, shall we say. So I just, you know what I mean? If people are watching me on the down low and snooping and having a look, then hiya, do you know what I mean? How you doing? But you know what I mean? That's anyway, so protect your energy. And yeah, right. I didn't know about that. It's actually quite cold in here. Bloom and grow. Bring it. Fuck. How funny is this? Bloom and grow, right? Well, that's relevant, but it also says bring the outside in, and I'm sitting saying it's getting a bit fucking chilly in here. We're bringing too much to the fucking outside in. Do you know what I mean? I'm going to have to either shut the window or turn up the heater, or both. But yeah, bring the outside in, and that's not a coincidence that I literally just said I'm being outside too. A few houseplants can brighten up any indoor space and are a fantastic way to bring the feel of the outdoors in. Certain houseplants, such as the peace lily, one day, we will find out whose gran or nan is called Lily. But that's somebody's gran called Lily. Because did you see I did watch back the live last night. I haven't watched so I haven't, God fucking hell, it's only Wednesday. It feels like we've been doing this does it feel like we've been doing this for ages to you? Because it feels like I've been doing this it doesn't feel like this is only the third day. But don't be surprised if I've got a fucking towel on my head tomorrow or something, or I'm in my jammies, like seriously. Because you know what I mean? That's not the plan, but I'm kind of like, Christ. Anyway, but actually, do you know what? Definitely. Yeah, I might be in my I don't know, we'll see. I might be in my jammies tomorrow, and if I'm not, you know they're going to be on the bottom half. But anyway, yeah, I mentioned grans 3 times in that live. I mentioned it at the start, I mentioned it at the middle, and then definitely the messages I gave at the end, if I'm remembering right, were definitely from a gran. And now I know that somebody on here, her nan is Lily, right? Now it could be a piggybacking message and it's her too. I'm not feeling that though. Someone's gran is Lily, because I can just tell by being that out. Anyway, but also, if I remember it, lilies are about death and transformation. So, and that is what's happening too with all that Scorpio energy. You know, we're being reborn. Snake plant and English ivy help to improve indoor air quality and rid your home of toxins, as well as boosting your mental health. So there are a host of powerful benefits. Well, there you go. Right, what else do we need to know, as well as bloom and grow? So again, I don't really feel I want to do so much of the shadowy kind of dark stuff, because yesterday was about as dark as it's going to fucking get, guys. Like you say, whoever that was resonating with, holy fucking shitballs. And I'm sending so much love and unconditional love and prayers. And again, that's somebody that absolutely categorically needs my fucking help 1-to-1 for quite a fucking while, if it was anything like what I channeled. So I don't really want to be doing too much of that. What else do we need to know? Take time for the things that make your soul happy. Yes, so you see that ties in. It's time to make ourselves happy. It's time to treat ourselves. Notice the synchronicity of me saying about the coat. So I might not have wanted the coat that actually arrived. I didn't like it, but I know the one that I do want. And it was because I saw it this time last year. I saw the colour. I saw me going out and about wearing it. And so then when you find it took me a whole fucking year to find it. Boom. Do you know what I mean? And that's what I mean about that's my Mars and Scorpio laser focus. When I see something I want, I set my sights on it and I'm willing to fucking wait, no matter how long it takes. Take time for the things that make your soul happy. Treating yourself for no reason is guaranteed to put a spring in your step and smile on your face. And the reason why that's important for you to know is because that's what I do for myself, but that's what I can do for you when I'm helping you. And that's why I said to my friend earlier, if you want to help your business, I can help you. What I can't do is just sort of help people in casual conversation. Do you know what I mean? Like, actually book me properly so that I can help you through this. Why not buy yourself a bunch of your favourite flowers? There's flowers again. A decadent hot chocolate, that novel you can't wait to read, or a new accessory in your favourite colour. Yes. Right, guys, wait a minute. It's too cold. Right, so wait a minute. This is a bodysuit and I didn't fasten it. I just tucked it in. That'd be quite funny if I walked away and it was like flapping behind me. Right, so let's just turn this up a tad. And then I'll need to turn it. Oh my God. Whoa. By the way, shit. I nearly fainted. Does anybody know it? Oh my God, that was horrible. Do you think? I've just realised what it is. See, because that's an oil here. Do you think there's something about when I'm bending down? Does that make sense? Because that's the third time that's happened, when I bend down beside it. And it's like I go, oh my God, that. Unless they're trying to tell me something about how some of the folk are feeling out there, but holy fuck, that was not nice. Oh my God. Right. Right, let's use a different deck. Do you know what? I'm gonna, where's what am I feeling? This one. Like I say, we'll just do another few sort of collective ones, and then I'll do the meditation. Oh, it's wait a minute, it's happened again. That's so horrible. I'm sorry if anybody else is out, whoever's feeling that, because it's really horrible. I commented somewhere, I've been getting weird head vertigo type stuff today. Oh my God. Where did you comment that? Did I not see all the comments? This happened the other night. Yeah, that's what's just fucking happened to me. Oh God. It's really horrible. Right, so let's do, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? Oh. Here, stop fucking showing me 36. It's not relevant. Anyway, it's not about me. It might be relevant to someone else out there. 30 fucking 6. 36 again. But it's 2 9s. 9, 9. That's big endings. The reason why I was like, it's Treasure Island. The Treasure Island card is about abundance. Hitting the fucking jackpot. Little turtle swimming along with its little treasure box with a wee star in there and lots of little stars and hearts. Love it. And then come to the edge. Come to the edge, he says. They didn't want to. I made that up, I can't remember. Come to the edge. They were scared. Come to the edge. We can't. I'm scared. Come to the edge. He pushed them and then they flew. That's what I'm doing with you this week. You know what I mean? That's what we're doing. Right, Treasure Island. Let's read it. So I didn't actually specify, is this divine feminine or divine masculine? So this is just for everyone, right? And then I'm going to do it that way. So 9. Treasure Island, the law of attraction, bringing dreams into fruition. I fucking love it. That's what we're doing this week. And on the replay, the results of positive thinking made manifest, abundance appearing as if from nowhere. And it's not a coincidence I said that did happen to me on that timeline a couple of years ago. And then I mustn't have been ready for it to happen that big again, because it fucking didn't. The next time I done it, I did pull in, you know, it was a lot of, it's still a lot of money to me the second time round, but it was like half as much as what I'd done before. So the way that what I've always said is, if I was able to do that before, I can do it again. And that's what I say to anyone else I'm working with too. But sometimes it can take you a while to work out how you got there. And it is just a lot to do with what Charlotte said there now as well. You know, you, as annoying as it is, you may still have some block to receiving for whatever reason, whether it's money, love, definitely true love. Half the time, honestly, it is just we're all givers. Do you know what I mean? And there's, even though you've heard me say about a million times for fucking years now, some of you, even if it's not been that long, or from other people, or you just know it deep down yourself, it doesn't matter that, you know, you're hearing me or anyone else say, like, don't be that person that's giving everyone else and you're never getting it. It's like, it's still deeply ingrained in you. That's what I'm talking about when I say it's, you know, it's your subconscious beliefs, and it's your, or it's like, it's like implants from childhood, right? It's like, that is what I removed from people, these unhelpful things in people's psyches, like their energy fields, that is like, it's part of your identity. So lots of you weirdly will not want to let that go, because you've identified with being this really nice person that does everything for everyone. And even though you'll know logically, actually, that stopped me from getting what I really want, it's surprising how hard it can be for you to let it go. And I know, because like, I know for myself as well. But I also know, because I always share about, listen, I've just kept letting go and letting go and letting go. And a lot of it has not been fucking easy at all. But once you get through the bit of not feeling so good and holding space for the bits when a bit of pain pops up, like we saw last night, yeah, ultimately, I would rather I was where I am right now than wherever I was before. Do you know what I mean? Financial gains and the sharing of good fortune. You've worked hard and acted upon your unwavering belief in abundance. And I'm going to add in love there, because you have to do that in the Simpling journey. And suddenly, in the midst of it all, you hit the jackpot. You've uncovered the map to buried treasure and tapped the unlimited potential within you. What you must hone in now is your ability to recognize when X marks the spot, because some of these golden opportunities may be obvious, but others may not be so readily apparent. Trust your intuition to light your way now as you enter this truly prosperous phase. Well, somebody's no fucking holding back there on that motorbike, and that's like, reminds me in the that's funny. I'm using the cards from that deck as like a mandala thing. So it's like, I can't use the deck, but it's like just now. But I'm laughing because it's like, well, remember, actually, that's what I'm going to buy. I'm going to buy myself another one of those decks. But it's kind of like, it's made me laugh because it reminds me of is it the Knight of Swords? I think it is, where it's like a guy in a motorbike. There's one where somebody's running to jump on the motorbike, and when I heard that, so that's probably relevant. Trust so it's you, or that could be someone else. So where all the long hard work navigating your inner life is now paying off externally in all aspects of your life, on your bike. At this time, you have good fortune. Don't forget to enjoy it and share it with others, as treasure shared multiplies like magic. Right. So, relationship message. Your relationship is, because actually that's very relevant to what I was, because again, you might just, again, people that don't know me, right? But again, that's not most of the people that tune in. You might just think I'm fucking blathering on about a whole load of old shite, right? I'm not, right? It really is true. And I know that most of you know that. Is that it's really very simple. Whenever I attract a lot of money in my life, it's when I was really fucking happy. And that particular time when that happened, right? I remember I wasn't actually focused on how many people were going to buy whatever or what number I was going to bring in, which actually goes against what a lot of people would say to do, all that kind of stuff. I just really enjoyed what I was doing in the process of it, and I just sort of let it go. And yeah, and then it was weird. Like when people started, like, you know, buying things, I was like, oh, fuck yeah, shit. And it's a little bit like as well, when I'm doing stuff like this, it really takes my mind off other things that I want. Do you know what I mean? And it's kind of like that, whatever you got to do to detach from the things you really want, fucking do it. Do you know what I mean? Distract yourself all fucking day long. If it works for you, do it. Because sitting staring at the thing you want all day, or like sitting, you got to do a bit of each. You know what I mean? You got to hold the process. You got to hold the vision, crystal clear vision. Hold the vision, trust the process, and you got to let it go and detach. You know what I mean? There's a little bit of magic going on. But yeah, when you can keep your energy high and your happiness and your gratitude high, and you can pay attention for opportunities, and, you know, and what I always notice, well, what I always like to point out to people as well is, you know, things don't always come to you as money. At first, sometimes it can be as opportunities. Like the amount of times I have given people opportunities over the years. I don't do it as much now because, like I say, although I'd say 95% of people, I mean, it was all, I never regret anything. It was all exactly what I was meant to do. There was a small handful of situations that yeah, it wasn't good for me, and it was learning. But basically, you know, so I wasn't like I was kind of, oh, here's all this money to someone, right? But I'd be like, listen, do you know what? I can see that there's a gap here. You need what I've got. and I'm not kind of forcing you to do it, but like, you know, so if you feel that too, if you did have the money, like, would you get this? And each person would be like, yeah. I'd be like, right, we'll do it then, and then give me the money when you get back. And that's what I'm saying. You can probably work out most people gave me the money back, and sometimes that doesn't fucking work out. And but like I say, I always hold space for people because, you know, you just never know what can happen. You know, you never know what goes on with people. But and that's a really risky way to sort of do stuff. But it's because I know, yeah, I just go by what I'm guided to do. And I like I say, I've kind of cut that out now, to be honest. That's why I get people to help me with stuff to do with this. But it's because I don't want people missing out on things if that's all that's standing in the way. But then also, people have got to learn, because when I've taken big leaps in business, I have, like, you'd be surprised, like, I'm not talking like I've not just spent little amounts of money on business stuff. I've spent big money, and I've spent the big amounts where you're fucking terrified that you're like, oh my God, what the hell have I done? And I've even done it when I wasn't ready to fucking use any of it, by the way. But some of the stuff that I got, which was a couple of years ago, I'm ready to use now because I've up leveled. So that's where my crystal clear visions comes in handy too, because I've bought things that were going to help my business 2 years in advance of actually being ready to use it, to allow it to. And like I said, I've even had loads of people that are people that make like crazy figures amounts of money say to me, by the way, if you stuck to this, you could be making X amount of money within a year, 2 years. Did I do what they told me to do? No, there. Do you know what I mean? I'm ready for it. So again, it's annoying, but I'm calling myself out here so that you know it. Sometimes you know exactly what you need to do and you're not ready to do it. And wow, although I was talking about business and money and fear of success and all that kind of shit, I've just realized that's like the twin flame journey too. Because I've always said that too as well, that I knew exactly what I needed to do for what I want to happen in my life. And it was shine bright as fuck, full beam, not giving an absolute flying fuck whatever on my side, whoever's side, whatever thinks about it. And that is what whoever it brings, whoever it is your divine mirror up to where they need to be eventually. But it's just most of us don't have the courage to do that. But I believe you do, because if I'm doing it, you're doing it, right? But there's always the next level. You know, it's like, you know, I always say about reading the Big Leap, and there's loads of different books that would be good for that. I mean, that one always sticks out to me, and I sort of said to Lexi as well, I remember saying that. But and what was the other one, my favourite one at the time? Big Magic as well. All these kind of, you know, and you get guided to your own sort of stuff, but there's always that sort of next point. But it's the same with, so that would be for you, but it's the same with your twin flame. When your twin flame wants to do the work, they will. When they don't want to do the work, they won't. Do you know what I mean? And it's so yeah, if you've got an awareness of this, it's like, you know, rather, you know, like just to sort of point that out about, you know, you've got to keep being really, really, really fucking honest with yourself. Where are you holding yourself back? Because if you're holding yourself back in any sort of area of life, guess what the other one's going to do? You know, and then you add the divine timing thing on. Annoying, I know, but it's true. So I'm just passing on what I've noticed. 33 minute, my divine masculine sign. 33 minute? 33. Oh my God, that would know. It's 62 minutes. 33 on the page as I'm about to read the relationship message. Your relationship is a treasure, providing even more than you need, but you may not see that right now. No matter how long you've been together, you and your partner are always, well, it's obviously only going to be relevant to people this is relevant to. You and your partner are always discovering hidden gems. Oh, that's so weird that I just referenced. I was going to say that. That's so weird that I just referenced Big Magic, because that's my favourite quote in that. The hidden gems. Oh, wait a minute. I need to. Oh, I've just fucking lost the page. I think I actually saw this in my dreams, me referencing this quote. How weird. But that's the kind of thing that happens. And if you want to know more about that, do the Claire Zooms. Gems. Magic quote. Right. The universe buries strange jewels deep within all of us, and then strands back to see if we can find them. Be the weirdo who dares to enjoy. I mean, all of these are fucking relevant. Where's the one that I want? It's something along those lines, though. I think it might be this. Yeah. One of the oldest and most generous tricks that universe plays on human beings is to bury strange jewels within all of us and then stand back to see if we can ever find them. That isn't the specific one either, but it's something like that. Do you know what I mean? It's like, oh my God, I'm getting that thing again. What the hell is this? Hidden gems about yourselves and each other. Now's a time of discovery. It's as if everything is in sync and everything is new again. Romance blooms. Oh, the word bloom has come up twice. And love is in the air. Love is in the air every time I look at it. You got to be like that yourself, actually. That's the point. Do you know what I mean? You got to be fucking loving life yourself. And then you'll gravitate fucking quite a few folk, and then it's your choice to fucking notice that you can't even take them all on, you know? Some people do need to be told the obvious, right? You can be assured that this partnership will bring you great gifts and valuable lessons. Keep your heart open. That has been a continuous message. The message of this card is to celebrate love and what it teaches you. Even when it's love of soul family, those of us that don't have romantic love, we're celebrating love of soul family, okay? Because actually your twin flame is soul family. It's just they're also, you know, the romantic hot sex part of it as well. At this time, you can be confident that success is yours. It's true, though. Your ideas are all hitting the mark, and you're in the true manifestation period when you will see evidence of the seeds of prosperity you planted in the past, right? I can't even. With the fucking analogies of the seeds that grow into the trees, I can't. It's just crazy, the synchronicity. The appearance of this card in reading indicates that your dreams and aspirations align with concrete signs of prosperity in the world of form. This is a very auspicious and fortunate time for business. Creative projects will flourish as inspiration strikes. Share your wealth with others too. Generosity and gratitude should lead you now. And what that's not a coincidence. I actually said all that about gratitude and everything and the law of reciprocity, and I'm always turning this shit out over and over and over and over and over again until people get it. And some of you could be like, oh, I already got that, I don't think anyone can ever get it on the deep enough level that we're all meant to. Like you can never hear it enough, because I think we can all sort of get a bit complacent and right. What was the other card? I need to read. Oh, chaos and conflict is behind come to the edge. Are you still awake? I'm going to do that. I'm actually going to do the, in case I fucking faint or something live, I'm going to do the, I think I will do the thingy soon. Maybe that's why we're needing to do it. Excuse me, ladies. God, this is like shit. It looks like a bum. I can see on that. Do you know what I mean? Fuck. I've got quite a few of these tops. That's why I don't wear them. I'd wear it, I need a safety pin or something. No, that's, come on, stop being so serious, Claire. Right, okay, it's for the creeps. You know what I mean? If there's any sort of, but I mean, whatever. It's kind of like, you know, I remember someone saying that to me once, and I kind of wondered, are they just trying to put me off what I'm doing? But it's like, are you not bothered about all the people that come out? I'm like, no, I'm not. Actually, I'm just focused on the people. I said there are people that don't like me they're watching, but she was more talking about creepy fuckers. And I'm just like, no, I don't bother, because life's too fucking short. If you want to fucking have a good time over whatever I'm fucking wearing that day, fucking bash on. Do you know what I mean? I'm not going to lose sleep over it. Some people would, though. They'd be so fucking uptight. That's like, I'm just not going to do anything ever. See, but you know where it comes to, do you know where I'm different? Where I'm really serious is when it comes to kids. That's why I don't even fucking say, you know, occasionally I might mention my niece's names or whatever, but it's like, and like that little girl, you know, I just don't, yeah, I'm fit, you know what I mean? I'm just like, nah, like, you know, that's what I'm just like, no. Like for obvious reasons, but I can handle it. Right, courage, taking a leap of faith, overcoming fear, accepting risk. Facing the unknown is the only choice. So if you ever see me kicking about on one of these fucking sites and like I'm claiming something, you know what I mean? You know somebody's fucking taking my shit and they're again, you know what I mean? It's kind of like people that are always worried about people frauding them in that. You know what I mean? Like, stop focusing on that. You'll literally attract it into your life. That's for the people that are still falling into South Node and Scorpio, because I say this all the time, if you have got the South Node and Scorpio, which a lot of my friends have, you're really prone to focusing on the negative. And it's not your fault. It's in your genetic makeup. It's in your astrology. But what is the power of when somebody does that astrology session with me, right? Or when you've, looked at it yourself or done it with somebody else, is that you can actually stop it because you're aware that that is your go-to, to dwell on the negative all the time. And I feel like I'm in a place to say that because I used to be that person. The glass was always half empty. I was a worrier, not a warrior, as my mum would always, well, she wouldn't be like that. Wait a minute, there's a card in that deck that says that, but I was a born worrier. I was fucking worrying about everything all the fucking time, right? And now I'm not. Now I am a warrior. You know, it doesn't mean I don't worry about things, but I worry far less than what I ever did before. I was worrying about things before they even fucking happened. So, and then I was bringing it about because I didn't realize how powerful a manifester I was. So be very careful. You know what I mean? It's okay to be afraid. That was good timing. Now is the time to take a risk that is not calculated, to feel the exhilaration as you ready yourself for the leap of faith. Fuck it, look, seriously, it's time to do the meditations, isn't it? Spirit is present, so let go of fear. You are called to express your true self, and we're jumping to our highest self, our true self, when we jump this timeline. Listen to your heart and soul, not your head. Come to the edge and discover that you can fly. You must step into the unfamiliar so that you may find your miracles. It's scary to be truly intimate with someone, to allow him or her to see all of you, especially the parts that you've kept hidden and protected. Now is the time to take that risk and let yourself be seen, truly seen. It says that. I'm just like, you know what I mean? Because I know I overemphasize, but it does actually say that. It's important that you speak up, voice what you need, which is what we've already spoke about, state who you are, say what you hope for. This is not the time to play it safe. The playing it safe cards come up the last few days, but to take a leap of faith. You will be glad you did. If you're seeking a relationship, the same applies. Take one step towards the gods and they will deliver what you truly desire. Fucking love it, guys, especially when I'm like, take a step, take one more, take one more. Because you never know who's tuning into this live or on replay. And that one step can lead to another step, can lead to a step that could change their fucking lives, especially when we're talking about love with twin flames. You know what I mean? It's just some people are at that point. And if that's you, come back and tell us the success stories when the time is right. Is it weird that my South Node is in Aries, but it's also my rising then? Oh, don't ask me questions like these. Let me look at your... no, it's not weird. It's just... But I just want to check. Like, it's not weird, because my example they always give is I'm the... Oh, yeah, that's very relevant. Yeah, like, you know, so my South Node, which is the past, by the way, for people who don't know that, and your past lives and your past life gifts and all that, and your comfort zone. So your comfort zone can be a good thing at a certain extent, but if you're always kicking about in there, not so much. For obvious reasons, this where it is in Scorpio right now, fucking terrible. Because that would be if you're staying in a dark place, you're telling yourself it's fuck. Like, definitely the twin flames and divine masculines out there that have, for whatever reason, if there's external things going on in their life that are even nothing to do with the guilt and whatever the pain that they feel about however they've treated or not acknowledged or whatever their twin flames, because that's usually what's happened, because it's not acknowledging and loving yourself, because that's what the twin flame journey is about. That would be staying in the pain of that, you know, staying in the absolute pain, focusing on the worst, and going into a dark place, which is part of the twin flame journey. Whereas the South Node in Sagittarius, which is where mine is, little bit different. You know, what it is for me is my comfort zone is what I would say is just learning lots of different shit. And then where I know when I'm not stepping into what I'm meant to be doing is when I'm not teaching. So that would be when I was always learning stuff, but I wasn't on YouTube hardly ever, I wasn't on it, or never mind YouTube, but I just wasn't on sharing. I would term it on pretty much all the platforms. Or when I went on Facebook, I was just pissing about. I was just chucking a few cards about and that, and then people didn't even know that I'd done all this other shit. And I was making fuck all money. I make no secret about that. I was making fuck all money. I was changing people's lives, saving people's lives, because they've actually told me that. And I only have loads of people over the years said, I've saved their lives, but I've also saved their children's lives. True fucking story. Do you know what I mean? Loads of people have told me that. And there was me making absolutely no money. You know what I mean? That's why I always say I work for God. How can I not be working for God when that shit's happening? Because that is not fair. So I've not got a South Node in Scorpio, but you know what I mean? Thank Christ, because if I did, you know what I mean? I don't need any more Scorpio in my chart, put it that way. But because I've got that South Node in Sagittarius, I feel that kept me going. But how it's good for other people is I've got that optimism even when times are tough, because I've went through that myself, could still be going through it, and sometimes it's great, sometimes it's not so great. It's like a fucking roller coaster, especially when it comes to money. But it's because I don't fucking like money. It doesn't matter. I don't care how many fucking books you read or audio books. I've read them all too. I can't stomach being like, I love money and money loves me, and then no, makes me feel sick, right? And I couldn't care what anyone's opinion. That's how you know what I mean? What works for me, have fun, focus on what makes fun, then the money comes. So that's why we say get paid to play. So I'm being a bit dramatic, but that is how I feel about it. Anyway, but how it works for other people is because Sagittarius is about beliefs, right? When it comes to your limiting beliefs, my South Node in Sagittarius, it's like, think of it like a plug, an analogy of a plug. I can take your limiting belief and let's just send it down the drain, because that's what the South Node is. So that's why my South Node is quite powerful, I feel. Also conjunct Uranus, planet of awakening. That's why people's whole, look at Margie, that's why people's whole fucking lives change after one session with me. And then that's why they're like, fucking give me more, I want to book a package. You know what I mean? It is because of the changes that take place, as some of you know, because you've done it with me. And then even on this free challenge. But what I had to overcome was teach it all, give it out for free, and it will come back to you. But I'm like, nah, that's not fucking fair. I've not got any money in my bank. I'm not fucking giving that to people. And then people that fucking hate me and that are watching it as well, and people that make out they're not. And then I push that, when I push that aside, I do get it back. I just don't get to know when or how, or you know what I mean, or if it's right. Yeah, difficult. That's my life lesson. And I do feel I've passed the test because here I am sharing my best stuff. And this even, well, it is my best. Yeah, it is I was about to say it isn't my best stuff, but it is my best stuff. But there's more. And then, so I'm going to just look at yours, because you must have said that for a reason, for me to have a wee look, because we all know the astrology is my thing too. But there's something about it's hard for me to, I don't think I'll ever be that person that can kind of, I need to look at it because I feel into the energy. Where is it? I'll put your... Oh, fuck. Right. It's not weird, but right now you're like, that's really fucking powerful actually, because it's in the 12th house. So it's like, yeah, whenever I remember saying that to someone not too long ago, actually, having your 12th house and it's kind of like, that's like raw emotions and your fear. I've said this to you before, haven't I? Like, your fear could be fucking like really pretty fucking terrifying, actually. Like raw, like just talk about fuck it, let's go, like really fucking terrified because it's in the 12th house. And then it doesn't help that do you want me to, I mean, I'm being honest. You asked for it by bringing this up, but because you've got your Chiron, sorry, not your Chiron. Chiron is in Aries, and it's basically fucking hitting that. That's fucking rough. So, I mean, you deserve an extra fucking pat on the back for actually, I mean, this is brilliant, because it would have been perfectly understandable if you had stayed in the pain. So actually, I would say this because it was completely divinely timed and meant to be that you'd done this live, because you will have pulled through a really dark time there, actually, because it's like, yeah, Chiron is our wounds, wounded healer. So extra well done. That's basically what I'm saying to that. But also Aries rising, and again, I just spoke about warrior or warrior. That's that energy too. It's like, fucking come at me. Do you know what I mean? I'm an Aries. That's why we gel as well, because I'm Aries sun and you're Aries rising. It's like warrior energy. Yeah. Right. That's my input on that. But also with your South Node there, that's why I was like, whoa, because your South Node in Aries in the 12th house, it's like, well, the 12th house is, oh my God, the 12th house is the past. That's why you like stuff to do with past lives, by the way. One of the reasons, because the South Node to me is your past lives, right? And then when I'm going on about warriors, remember when we done a past life regression? It was kind of like you were in it was like you were in a war zone and you were like a general or something, from what I seem to remember. But it was, you know what I mean? That kind of makes sense. But also it's like the 12th house is Pisces energy, and that is past lives. And then the South Node is past lives. So with the South Node in the 12th house, I mean, that's a lot of shit about past lives, basically. Talk about twin flames. But it's rough because it would be very hard for you not to dwell on the past and quite a bit. So I wondered, you know, so these comments are slow. This is really deep. We're doing some therapy right now. But I wondered when I was saying that stuff about the South Node and Scorpio, if you were resonating with that, because although you've not got that, that's where it is now. And these placements to me are kind of similar. Like, it's like you would have every excuse to be really focused on no, your Chiron's not in Aries, it's in Taurus. Don't worry, your Chiron isn't in Aries, but the bad news is Chiron is in Aries for everyone. And it's hitting you like a mofo. Yeah, it's hitting you pretty bad. Like, I mean, I think you've just put it this way, in my opinion, you've come through it. I would say you've just come through it. And I would say from what you've kept me in the loop about, I would say that's right. You know what I mean? Like, but yeah, but your Chiron, actually quite a lot of people I work with have got Chiron in Aries. Like, I remember actually when one of my friends, that is one of my close friends, but also one of the ones that I do professional work with as well. Yeah, I just remember she's like a really hard worker, but I do remember saying, I was like, look, that's going to be really, in fact, it was interesting because it was her Chiron, but it was my Venus. And there was painful sort of stuff that came my way to slap me about the face about a million different, to just batter me on all levels. And do you know what I'm saying? So so wait a minute. Thanks. I just wondered from that card if I was double bluffing myself. What do you mean double bluffing yourself? Right. Anyway, I like stuff like that. So, like, do you mean? I think if other people don't like that, then I don't know. But I mean, tough shit. But I mean, I quite like stopping to do that because I love the astrology. Right. So, did I read all of this? I don't think I read the. I didn't read the prosperity. So this is a prosperity message. I don't think I did anyway. We're reading it again, even if I did. If ever there was a time for you to take a leap of faith into the unknown, into the unknown, into the unknown. I'd always sing the man version and not the women's. I don't know why, but I do. Thank fuck for your healing. Thank you for that. Thank fuck for my healing too, because I get the healing too. See, when I sent us that healing, and thank you for being grateful. That was the oh, by the way, and talking about grateful, if anybody's not liked the video when you came in, please like it now on the replay or live, because that helps me and it's a wee way to say thank you. And I don't know who you are, if you're like a lurker and you want to help. But basically, yeah, when I sent that distance, because you know, I normally do a little video, don't I? I do a little before and after, but because I was doing this, I didn't get around to doing that. But basically what I done was I took us to the sea and I got us to chuck a stone in representing what we were letting go of. And then you laughing at my singing, Charlotte. And then I've actually done this before, right? But I took us and I done that, and it felt really quite powerful because it's just a wee small group of us, and I always visualize each person, like, by the way, and then I got us to sit around the well again. Because I noticed when I done that before, like, you all loved it, whether you were sort of conscious of that's what I'd done, but you know what I mean? Because I'm talking to your souls. And then, so I got us to all have a penny, which was signifying, which even that could, so if people were putting money stuff out, that could be relevant. It wasn't the intention of it. But, and then I got us all to throw our penny with our wishes, our intentions in the well. So, it was really quite lovely. And the reason is because although it's a new moon in Sagittarius, because I sent the healing and it was all that Scorpio, that's why I done the water thing. Laughing at the weirdness you were singing the male part. Yeah, I know. And it's funny because you know the one I mean? It's like a really animated guy that's like, into the unknown, into the unknown, into the unknown. And it's like got like an electric guitar in that. It's not the, because if I was going to sing the women, it'd be like, I can hear you, but I won't. Some look for trouble while others don't. I think I just did I mix up the words? But you know what I'm saying. What is it again? It's like, there's 1,000 reasons for, oh no, I don't know the words. I just know some of them. What's the bit where she's like, I can hear you. What the fuck do you want? Go away. Because I always just, obviously it's not that. It reminds me that, you know, it's really old now, but you know how somebody sort of like, you know, changed it and it was a person like, fuck it all, I don't give a shit anymore. Fuck it all, I lost it, but that that still entertains me. I might need to watch that later. But yeah, that bit where she's like, you know, the voice is calling on her. It always reminds me of Twin Flames because it's like when you're not willing to accept, you know what I mean? It's like I can hear you. Fuck off. I don't want to hear you. And I don't want to actually fucking acknowledge I'm on this journey. Oh dear. And I think it goes both ways. Do you know what I mean? I think at some points divine feminines and divine masculines are like that. You know, that's when people try to fucking. Are we saying it like that? I think we are. Yeah, that's when people try to shag the other one out their fucking brain, mind, heart, soul. You know, good luck with that. It might work for a while. It won't work forever. Let me know how you get on with that out there, guys and gals. I could see it was never going to work for me, so I never tried it. You know, but then when I, you know, I was about, you know, no, that's not even true. I was about to say when I had a moment of weakness. It wasn't a fucking moment of weakness. It was a moment of peer pressure of being like, I can't be sitting saying I haven't had sex for 7 years. Do you know what I mean? So if I did just kind of momentarily stop to do that with someone, then at least I could sort of cut it down. Oh, I haven't had sex for 3 years. TMI on the internet, but do I give a fuck? No, I don't. Because we're in the end times. Live a little. That's what I'm trying to teach you as well. Who fucking cares? Who fucking cares? I'm still laughing. I'm having fun. Right. So, wow. That's Mercury in Sagittarius. My twin flame's got Mercury in Sagittarius. I think he's got Mercury retrograde in Sagittarius, by the way. I don't know if he even knows that, but I know that from the day he was born. Right. Okay. So, did I read that bit yet? I don't know how. Allow your courage to. Oh no, it's because I read that bit about the unknown. The unknown is the only choice now. And if you come to the edge, you will discover treasure beyond your wildest dreams. Allow your courage to lead you in spite of your fears. You don't need to know the exact form of what you're going for. The essence is much more powerful, and spirit has a way of delivering an even better version of prosperity than you could imagine. Take that step. The results will be amazing. Did you like the drama? Right, okay. I think, oh look, higher power. Higher power is involved here. Time for a nap. Right, guys, I'm sorry, no meditation. They're telling me it's time for a nap. No, they're probably just telling me don't fucking be all night about, oh, look, it matches my talk. Building blocks, yep. Every step counts. 28th, there's something significant about the 28th. That's the weekend or something, isn't it? We've got Frozen 2. Oh, Charlotte, I need to watch that. I think Pammy, I don't know why she had that. I don't think she should do it, but she gave me that and I was going to watch it. I think that's what how weird. I think we will. I think I might actually watch that with my niece, another wee girl I'm watching tomorrow. I'm going to watch Frozen 2 tomorrow and I'm going to be fucking coming on. You better be ready for it. I'm going to know the words. I'm going to come on singing Frozen 2 again because I'm going to watch Frozen 2 tomorrow. I've just decided. While we're actually freezing because the heating's fucking broken. Absolutely not. I've been singing Moana when the sea. Oh yes, that's my favourite part. That's my favourite one, Moana. And I forgot. Oh my god, I forgot the words because I haven't sang it for ages. I forgot it, and that's a shame because that's my favourite. Right, okay. Well, actually, I don't know that it is, by the way, because I was thinking it was like just before 11 or just after 11, but I think it might be midnight. Who fucking knows? When I've tried to check it, it's fucking different shit saying different things. Do you know what I mean? Who cares? Do you know what I mean? To me, the new moon's tomorrow for us, right? Right, so let's fucking do this. Let's do it, yeah. Because I think I do need to. We've been talking a lot about the sea and shit though. So what do I need to know before I channel this? And then I'll hang around after, I think. Dreaming. Dreaming. Dare to dream a little bigger. And patience. Oh God, and then that does sort of fit with a lot of what I've said. I think they're having a fucking laugh. Patience and waiting. And that is what I've said in the recorded videos, and it's what I've said in the lives this week, is that I didn't get sitting here doing this overnight, like fucking far from it. You know what I mean? Like some people it's fucking boom, boom, boom and overnight success. But yeah, with me, it's like I've put decades of work into this. So I feel that's what they're meaning by waiting a bit. And that's why I wrote in the comments earlier, I wrote in the post bit when I got that affirmation about, for me, really, it's discipline, determination, having a goal and, basically being determined and just showing up every day in some small way and then actually knowing when to rest. So sometimes it might mean that you do have to miss a day and really rest and, kind of trust. And that's the flow of the masculine and feminine within yourself. Memories. Oh, so that would, to me, that would be very much like the Six of Cups, and I was just talking about past lives. I mean, like lots of memories coming up of the past with the South Node and Scorpio there. And then there's also communication coming in as well. And again, that'll be because, and blessings. Oh, that's beautiful. So, and I'm saying that's beautiful because I really do feel that is about the throat chakras opening up and the playful, fun communication coming in after lots of twins being in a dark place. And it's about, blessings and communication coming. And it's kind of like, for some people, it will be in the form of happy communication with, look at this, guys. You can't listen. I'm always like, God, it's so fucking dramatic and I love it. And it's just kind of like, but it does sometimes seem a bit too good to be true sometimes, doesn't it? Like even I watch it back and I'm like, it's fucking all the time. But it does happen to people. It really does, right? Because they let me know. Look, communication, blessings, and just as I was saying, and for some people it's about love, and there's love. And I haven't used these cards for months. So some people are getting blessings in communication and love. Basically, your twin flame's going to be in touch soon. For the people that's for. If you let go, just let go of when it is. Let go of when it needs to be. Focus on your own awareness, your own consciousness, expanding that, and your own healing. And your own feelings. And then they will focus on their own feelings. Use your discernment. That's for the people that might be a bit confused about who their twin flame is. Ask for help from people that know what they're talking about, that have been on the journey a long time and haven't got any fucking doubt in their mind about what it takes to heal on this journey. Solitude, and which is basically going into solitude to heal yourself a lot. Yep, and recognizing the growth that you've done and relaxing and just, yeah. But like you say, you'll spot the real ones that have done all the work, that are at the end of the journey, because they'll really just be sort of not doing that. They'll not be giving any fucks and they'll be having fun with it. And yes, I did just describe myself. Right, let's get into this now. So I want to pull before we do it, I want to pull a Divine Feminine card on the ascension process. Higher conscious awareness is basically what I just said. Increase your frequency, and that's what we're going to do. Divine Masculine ascension process. Before I forget what I said. Same fucking card. Increase your frequency, higher conscious awareness. So that is where, and then we've got mirror reflection. So that is where, for whatever collective that are going to benefit from this the most, people have done a lot of purging karma. They've managed to change their perception. They've won over the battle of the head and the heart, because that's in reverse. And yeah, same fucking card. Look at all those cards. I wondered why I was picking them up. Higher conscious awareness. Right. I wanted to be awake at midnight for sure, knowing that I'll fall asleep. Thanks for tonight and the challenge. You're saying night CC. Oh, thank you. That's so funny. Did I tell you that? I've probably told you that before. That is what, when I worked in nurseries, that's what they used to call me, CC. But they spelled it C-E-E. I loved it. And then there was one little boy that called me by my full name. He was only 2. It was fucking mental. He could say like big long words and everything. He was like, hello, Claire Carmel. Hello, Claire Carmel. I'd walk in the room from a break and he'd be like, Claire Carmel. Right, come on, stop full naming me. Fucking hell, do you know what I mean? Right. Anyway, so who knows? I may still be channeling this and we've went right into the new moon at 100%, or it might still be an hour later. It doesn't really matter, right? But oh no, it's not. I got overexcited. I was going to be like, it's 11:44, but it's 10:44. So just that's when we get a bit overexcited. Right. So now what I want you to do is, it says there's only 2 people watching, so oh well. But hey, that's kind of weird, actually. Well, actually, to be fair, it is to do with the fact that this is like still daytime for a lot of the people that do this for other parts of the world, America and that. But that's not a coincidence that you two that are chatting took big action, and you were obviously meant to be here live. So who else is out there? Who else is out there that took action? Is there anyone alive out there? They really are in the end times. Fucking hell. Right, anyway. So if you close your eyes, what am I looking for? I'm looking for the sage. So if you close your eyes and just breathe in, telling yourself relax, and breathe out, telling yourself release. And breathe in, telling yourself relax, and breathe out, giving yourself permission to release. Just let it all go. Whatever this day brought, whether it was a lot of excitement and leaps of faith, which that was for lots of you, I'm very proud of you, and more importantly, you should be very proud of yourself. Or whether your day wasn't so good and you're in your dark night of soul, because like I said at the start, there's people that are still very much in that caterpillar process, or maybe even in the cocoon part of it. But some of you are either in that butterfly phase or you're about to be. So you know where you're at. And maybe you might even surprise yourself and you think you're further behind than what you are, and you're not. So I want you to breathing in, telling yourself relax, and breathing out, telling yourself release. And I want you to begin to imagine a cloud of mist forming above the top of your head. And that cloud of mist has the power to dispel any negative energies or entities or anything hanging about your aura that doesn't serve you at this time. That can be your own negative thought forms, anything anybody's projected at you, like the examples I was given, that unfortunately, it's not always like somebody's projecting stuff at you and they're conscious of it. Sometimes it can be their subconscious fears, which then means that they'll say things to you from that place. And that's where it gets all kinds of complicated. And that's why I try to sort of say that all the time, that, you know, it's important that we don't condemn people forever for this kind of sort of, you know what I mean? Because it's, you can change, people around you can change. But what is important for you to take on board as well is, like we always say, you can forgive yourself, absolutely forgive yourself. You can forgive other people as well. But you don't always need to let people back into your life because you give them that forgiveness. And it's important for you to know that. And sometimes you will, you know, that did come up with what we were doing on the live last night. It came up that, you know, sometimes you do just need to spend a while apart from someone, whether it be friends, whether it be love, whether it be family, to grow apart and grow in your own ways that you couldn't together, and then you can grow again. And that's very much and remember, if you're new around here, whatever I'm saying, channeling while I'm doing this bit while you've got your eyes closed, it's all part of what's whirling around. Well, this is upper chakra, so this is what's whirling about what people are collectively thinking about, which doesn't surprise me at all. With you know, the new moon in Sagittarius, optimistic new beginnings, people are whirling around thinking about all the stuff that they've went through. You're doing that, your twin flame's doing that, everyone's doing that right now, regardless of whether they're a twin flame or not. But everybody that tunes into me most of the time is really going to be on that journey. So yes, it is basically that kind of energy of just acknowledging that, like, you know, Sagittarius is beliefs, and it's just because you have a belief about something, particularly a limiting one or a negative one or a block, which is what the focus is of this week, obviously, it doesn't mean it's true. For instance, some of you will have a belief that you're not good enough. Does that mean it's true? Of course it doesn't. You are good enough. You've always been good enough. But somewhere along the line, you got the impression from someone or somewhere, or it could be quite a few people, that you weren't good enough for what it is you want. And for anybody that's happened to join live, if you just close your eyes and join into the meditation where we're at, because I'm just that bit. So just take that on board, that if you have got any sort of beliefs lurking about there that you're not good enough, you are good enough. You just might take a while to believe that, or some of you might be a bit further along that process. And that's why this week, and again, remember what I'm channeling right now, it's assuming it's for the people that took some sort of action. So if you didn't do that, you will get healing from this. That's always my attention, but you won't get out of it what the people that took action did. But you can always choose to do it again. You can always go back to the start, do it on replay. I would, you know, do it on replay. But this is assuming, you know, you took the time to reflect and identify somewhere that you're like, yeah, this is frustrating me. I don't feel good enough. I don't feel good enough for that thing I want to do. I don't feel good enough for that person. I don't feel good enough to pull in these clients. I don't feel good enough to be a person that has X amount of money, or any money, depending on what your circumstances are. Or I don't feel good enough to be able to reach that next goal in money, wherever you're at. Everyone's at different places, whatever it is. You took the time to reflect on that, and that takes balls. That takes lady balls, whatever applies. I'm not going to sit here and be PC for about 100 years, because as we can see with the, now I'm going to make people laugh, they're really doing me the Mercury and Sagittarius thing, but as we can see with the iPhone keypad, I think they're taking a little bit too far with the men with tashes and bridesmaids and wedding dresses. Sorry, just saying. I think that's taking a little bit too far. And what's taking it a little bit step further is the emojis with a pregnant man. I mean, I'm just going to leave that there. I mean, that isn't, as far as I'm aware, biologically possible right now. So the fact that that is in the keyboard, that's just fucking ridiculous. Anyway, that is just what came in. I think that's just to give people a little bit of laughter there. Quite a funny thing to come in. But yeah, basically the point is, just because you believe something doesn't necessarily mean it's true. Definitely for those of you that believe you're not good enough to do something or to be with someone or to whatever it is, okay? Doesn't believe it's true. So that's what this week is all about. You took the time to identify your limiting belief or your block or whatever distortion has been planted from long ago, whether it be childhood or past lives. And we took the time to be like, do you know what? See that? We're fucking pulling that weed out, right? We're fucking yanking that fucker out and we're throwing it away. That, no. And as I'm doing this, I'm actually clearing the energy too for the people. It's like, because anything that's still there, no, we're taking that away. That's going. Right? And then, because you took the time to face up to whatever it was that was in your way, you either could have done a combination of kind of having a wee conversation with yourself, or those of you that were on the chat, we sort of chat back and forwards to get your brain going, or journaling, whatever works for you. Some of you will have taken the positive, the sort of negative sort of thing you were saying to yourself, and then you turned it into a positive affirmation. We had examples of that earlier where someone's done that. And this is where I'm better at doing that with you one-to-one. I can do it in public at some point to show you. I do it all the time, actually, or personally. Or you just took an action to counteract that belief, to be like, no, do you know what? Fear, do you know what? Ego, I am good enough. So I'm going to take an action to prove that wrong. So again, it'll be different for different people. So kind of like so with the example of myself, if you were on the live, you've seen that I said something about not quite believing something yet, which is annoying, but it was, it came up in that moment. So I thought, right, what am I going to do for my action? I'm going to write it down the way I want it. I'm going to write it as if it's already happened. And because I know that is what works. When you impress that upon your subconscious mind, a combination of affirmations and writing things down, all this kind of stuff, it works. It works for my clients. It works for me. What can be difficult is if you're not consistent at sticking at something and not patient enough. But I've proved to myself, of course I'm patient enough and disciplined and determined, because I've proved it with actually the growth of this channel and lots of different things that I've done in my life. So how much does it matter to you? You know what I mean? Do it, or at least try to do it. So that was my action. And then I'm just continuing with things of that nature. And like I say, my thing can even just be doing this and really giving more every time. So whatever yours is. So you took an action to counteract, whether it be a big action or a smaller action or a baby step. But like I say, if it's a big deal to you, it's a big deal. If it's a big fear, it's going to be a big step, even if it's a baby step. So it all matters to me. Like, again, I'm amazed when people take massive steps in their business or in their confidence to be seen, or for the people that are all the people that eventually you're going to see, the ones that are published, that have shared recorded videos, or when people jump on lives and stuff with me, because that's happened over the years. It's all amazing, but the small steps count as well. And at some point we've all been that person that's taken the small step. The small steps, or the seeds that we plant, eventually do lead to mighty oak trees. And for some of us, we're at the mighty oak tree bit, and you might not even realize it. You might not even be able to see it, but when you look back, you're like, shit, yeah, I am. And there's actually more to come. Gold leaves might start appearing on this oak tree, whatever analogy you want to use. Right, okay, so that is all a lot of words. So now we're at day 3, and this is the healing light code activation that they're wanting to channel. So that was just all sort of reflecting on what the point of this is. Identifying what's getting in your way, basically. Doing something to counteract that, whatever works for you. Then doing the same again today, hopefully. And now we're clearing more of that energy. And on the other side of this, we're going to jump a timeline. We're going to jump to your highest self. Arguably, you've already done that by taking the action and counteracting the fear, but we're going to really do it. So now the energy is going down over the top of your head, down over your third eye, but all of that stuff that I was saying, that's all what's whirling around in people's thoughts collectively and in the collective consciousness, that, you know, it's really whirling about all of that big stuff, all the stuff about beliefs. That's what Sagittarius is. And now it's going down over your third eye, helping you to see the truth of where you need to see the truth. About, particularly, they're saying to me, it's like wherever you had these beliefs from childhood or from past lives that didn't serve you, wherever you've got that feeling or that idea that you couldn't be somebody that earned a lot of money, or you couldn't be somebody that things come to you easily. For those, because that must be there for me to be saying it. Some people are like, things don't come to me easily, or money doesn't come to me easily, or I don't get who it is I want in love, whether it be a twin flame or just in general. Like, yeah, I don't get people hitting me up ever. Actually, that's fucking mine. But do you know what I mean? But maybe you set it up that way. Actually, that's for me, that's kind of, I did, yeah, because I did, and then I actually was like, just don't even let, you know, I don't. But anyway, that must be other people's for me to be saying that. Because like I always channel about sacred sex, you shouldn't just let anybody near you like that. You should value yourself more. Don't condemn yourself if you've done that or you're still doing it. But if that resonates with you, really think about that. Your body is a temple. Your soul is sacred. Your body is sacred. So make sure when you're getting close to somebody like that, make sure they're worth it. Make sure they're worthy. That's deep shit, but it's true, guys. And so now that energy moves past the third eye, helping you to see whoever in your life is not worth it. I'm not going to say they're not worthy, because everybody's worthy of something, but who's not worth? Now, get me, this is all really harsh, but again, Mercury in Sag is blunt. I've got a moon in Sag, so it's kind of similar, but who's not worth your time and energy anymore? Who's not valuing you? Who's not appreciating you? Who's maybe not got your best interest? Again, we're going over the third eye now. So again, that's about really unveiling that stuff to you. It's important for you to recognize that with all the stuff that I've channeled about how much everybody I attract is a giver. And it's the lessons that I've had to move through on my journey to be able to recognize that not everybody has your heart. Don't assume everybody has your heart. Of course, not everybody's the same, but not everybody has your heart. And sometimes people want your light. And they'll be quite happy to drain your life force so that they're got energy, and then you're left with none. And that would be your personal responsibility to recognize that. You might have to go through it quite a few times, and then energy showing up in different people, because again, it's not always personal to the people doing it, but you might have to keep recognizing, wait a minute, this doesn't feel so good. So that is definitely something where people are needing to recognize it, the third eye. And now the energy is moving down over the throat chakra, and this is a big one, because remember we had the throat chakra oil burning the other night there. And there's definitely lots of us that all need to remember to recognize that niggling feeling when you feel it in your solar plexus, or you feel it somewhere in your body when you don't want to do something. And before it gets to that point where you just do it anyway because you don't want to be the person that's saying no, and you just want to do it for all the things we tell ourselves, oh yeah, you know, I'm just doing it for an easy life, I'd rather do that than getting a hard time for it. That's gaslighting yourself as well. You know, it's kind of like, it can be hard to spot it, and I know because I've been there myself, but thank God I'm very grateful that I do recognize this stuff now. And it's, you know why, and I know why, being on the other side of it, it is hard to jump that part of the, it's hard to jump the fence of that, never mind the timeline, because you will face judgment for it. You will have people talk behind your back that you are being a bit harsh, or you're being a bit difficult, or all that kind of stuff. And what it really is, guys, is it shows you how trauma bonded, how codependent, and where it applies, how narcissistic quite a lot of people are. Again, somewhere guaranteed with each and every single person listening to this, you've got at least some of that or all of it around you, or you have had it at some point. Therefore, that's why you will second guess yourself from time to time, or some of you might have moved out of that. It's why even when you're given all the evidence in the world to counteract the belief that you have about not being good enough, and no matter how many people tell you you are good enough to share that creative piece of whatever it is, you know, what, again, because it can be different things for different people. You are good to share enough your voice. You are good enough to share that thing, that talent. You are good enough to share your feelings with that person. Go for it. That's why some of you don't do it. Because sometimes it's easier to believe all the things that make sense for what your past has told you than it is to believe something that's a bit alien and that you've not experienced before. So again, well, that's went really quite dark there. You'd think we were still in Scorpio, but remember the South Node is still in Scorpio. So again, this is, as we're saying this all at the throat chakra, we're just voicing it collectively. And as you're listening to this, remember your subconscious has got the power to be like, that's a load of shit. You could be like, actually, do you know what? The bit that Claire's saying now, I actually tell myself that. And that's not fair that I talk to myself like that. I'm going to try and cut that out. Because we can all talk to ourselves like that at some point with something. Or you've done it in the past, or you still do it now. It's different for different people. So that's what I mean. It's good to just get that ugliness out into the open and assess, is that actually true? And it's funny because this isn't too much of a deep one, but it's like they're saying to me, for the majority of my life, I used to always say, oh, I'm really shy. Oh, I'm really shy. And I sometimes do still touch on it like that, but then I catch myself and I'm like, wait a minute. I sit on Facebook Live for hours, like bantering and telling some of my own shit and channeling like light beings and galactic energy and light language and healing and all this kind of, you know, Reiki, which is some people find even that's, you know, all this and all the shamanic kind of power animals and stuff. I was like, I'm not shy. You know, I mean, I had to sit one day and be like, I'm not actually shy anymore. Like that isn't actually, that belief isn't true anymore. So with me saying that, some of you, and I mean, I went through that quite a while ago, but some of you do actually have to do that too. You have to be like, I'm telling myself that I'm this, and I'm not actually that person anymore. Some of you need to let that identity go, but that might be a bit scary. Because it's like now they're saying at the throat chakra, it's like some of, so this is one to bring in some of the men there, but women too could be it too, but it feels like it's for the men. Like some of them, it's like, if you created an identity around being a player, or this might be actually for your twin flame, or you might be the, you know, but it's, you know, oh, such and such is a player, or they're a such and such, or, you know, and so that becomes someone like that's identity. And then what about when the player grows up though? And actually wants to have intimacy and wants to connect and bond with someone and trust someone and have that relationship, which is important for twin flames. When they're a twin flame, you have to let go of the identity that you were before. That could be scary. And that's where your conscious mind is like, why wouldn't someone want to let that go? Some people wouldn't, because it's safe. It's what they know. So just jump into bed with the next stranger or whoever else was keeping them warm at night, you know, whoever's on the phone, but whatever, you know, whatever applies to different people. And that's not obviously going to apply to everyone, but it will to some people out there. I feel I'm helping a lot of the younger guys or the older guys, whoever that applies to, and some women that have been that person too. But at some point, we all get to that kind of, I don't want that anymore. And you have to let that go and to step into who you are. Wow, there's a lot else at the throat chakra. And then, then you've got the more sort of hidden stuff about where it looks like you're sharing your voice and it looks like you're speaking your truth. But there's more stuff that you want to say, or you want to say it in a different way, or you want to say it to more people, or you want to be a bit unique and different, or you don't want to stay with the status quo. And that feels like the most sort of pressing things that are coming up there at the throat chakra, wherever there's been compliance or I'm just laughing. Now they're sort of showing me like in Greece when like Danny Zuko, it's kind of like the two personas of like the one at the start on the beach that's like consumed with the romance. And then the kind of going back to rocking and rolling and whatever the fuck it is, you know what I mean? And kind of giving it the big one. And again, you could just change that to a woman because it can go either way. But it's saying it's kind of like, do you know what? And then you get to the fast forward to the end of it. It's like, I'm dropping this shit. I couldn't give a fuck who kind of bullies me or says whatever about whatever. Like, look at her. I'm going to get her. Fucking see you later. I'm flying away in the car with my Sandy or the equivalent. You know what I mean? And that's what they're saying to me. It's like, that's where everybody wants to get to. Whether you are that person or you're on the receiving end of it, that is the truth of it. No matter how much of a good show people can put on, it usually is a good show, and everybody gets tired of that at some point. So that's food for thought for people that are doing that, or people that are on the receiving end, whether you're choosing to watch the show or just know that the show's going on and you're not watching. Because with twin flames, you can feel it, even if you're not got the popcorn watching it, because you don't want to see it happen. So now the energy moves down over the higher heart chakra, where we call on Saint Germain and the violet flame to cleanse, clear, and delete any previous requests that no longer serve our highest good. Because now you see why that was coming through. Because remember, even if that's not you, we're holding space for the people that is for. Because everyone's at a different timeline on this twin flame journey. Cleanse, clear, and delete previous requests that no longer serve our highest good to make way for what will serve our highest good and the highest good of all involved across all timeline, space, and dimension, all versions of self. And we pull back all that energy to us now. All the parts that we need to pull back for our power, we're pulling it back. And remember, depending on the different sorts of things that people have went through currently or in this lifetime or in past lives, you may need more support with that. So that's your discernment, but I'm trusting that the guides are helping me with whatever it is needs to be cleared within reason. And now I'm seeing an ametrine crystal spinning at the higher heart chakra, because to me that crystal is about the balance of the masculine and the feminine. I'm just sort of infusing a bit of collective magic there. Reminding you at your higher heart chakra that you are masculine and feminine. Everybody has an inner feminine and masculine, and everybody has an outer feminine and masculine. We all have it within us. And that's why, for those of you that are twin flames, when you truly start to get all of this, it's 11. I knew that. It's 11:11. I was just actually texting, keeping your eyes because it's 11:11 and I'm getting guided to do a lot of weird shit. Those of you that are true twin flames, when you get to certain parts of the journey, you don't question who your twin flame is. It's screaming at you who your twin flame is. You just know. And that's when you accept yourself. When you accept yourself, warts and all, the light and the dark, the bits you love about yourself, the bits you don't love about yourself, that's when your twin flame will begin to do that for them. And your job is to bat off all the distortion and the false light and the false twin flames and the false twin flame teachers. And then you've got the more confusing stuff about the people that think they know what they're talking about, and then with the best intentions are not putting out the stuff that people need to hear. Anyone that's joining now, we're doing the meditation. So if you want to join in, close your eyes and I'll chat when we come out of this, but just ask to be put into this, because I can see some people are here. Just asking them to give me that back, what they were saying. But yeah, what they're saying is acceptance, and not everybody is ready to accept the light and the dark in them. And that's where the compassion comes in. And for the twin that has accepted themselves, the good, the bad, and the ugly, that's where you have to lean upon your compassion and remember your dark night of the soul, which might not have even been too long ago for some of you. Some of you are still in it, but you need to remember when everything was a bit, the room was spinning, or all the things that I've been experiencing, you know, like the room was spinning, it was dark, you felt alone, nobody understood what you were going through. Even if you did have lots of people around you, you felt really alone. You couldn't understand why the things that you were trying to achieve in your life were all going completely tits up. You just wanted to tell everyone to fuck off, even if they were the nicest person in the world and they were suggesting things that would help you. By the way, I'm just leaning upon how I felt at the time. I remember somebody suggesting to me, Claire, you know what you always say about the binaural beats and the meditating, have you tried that? And I didn't tell them to fuck off, but in my head I thought, fuck off, do you know what I mean? But she was she was a lovely person. But that's the honest truth of it. That's why that's really interesting that I actually literally watched Gremlins this week or at the weekend. And I said I felt like, it felt like Gremlins. It was like I just didn't want to be around anyone, and didn't want to speak to anyone, didn't want to see anyone. And I always, even just to let you know how extreme it was, I always used to say, see, even if my twin flame was to fucking pop up out of fucking nowhere, which would have been highly unlikely with what was happening in my life and his life, I wouldn't have told him to fuck off, but he wouldn't have made it better. Like, do you know what I mean? He wouldn't have, yeah. So that's how you know. That's how I know. I always lean upon that. And that's important for you to know, that, like, regardless of whatever's going on in your twin flame dynamic, whether you know or whether you don't know, and again, be patient to people that don't care about the romantic part of the twin flame, because I always find that a little bit harder to understand, because everybody that I'm here to help is a twin flame. So I always think you need to look a little bit deeper. The people that, I don't know that is too many people on my radar anymore, because I think I've helped you with that. But yeah, you should care, because you're a twin flame. If you are attracted to my stuff, more than likely you're a twin flame and you've got a twin flame, even if you don't know who they are. And I can help you with past life regression to connect with that, because the person I'm thinking about that used to be like that, oh, I don't like when you talk about all that stuff, it's got nothing to do with me. I'm like, well, actually it has. And after her past life regression, she gets it more. We're all on a journey of this. But also, yeah, it's like that kind of, it's what they were saying about beliefs. If you never allowed yourself to dream bigger and believe the impossible, and you've settled in different parts of your life, then it's going to be quite a climb, you know. And that's why they were getting me to describe, they were getting me to describe the sort of darkness of being in the dark night of the soul. It's like I don't like going back to that too much, but they are making me. So it makes sense actually, because I'm at the heart. This is just still the clearing, by the way. This is the heart chakra bit. It's like every day just felt like dark. And I just wanted to sleep all the time. And then I would wake up in the morning and I'd be like, is all this really happening? Like, is that happening? Is this happening? Is this really happening? And it was just that is how it can feel. I can also feel how your Saturn return feels as well, guys, if you know what I mean through that. And so if you're really lucky, it'll I think mine's coincided, my Saturn return and my dark night as well. But anyway, you get the gist. It's all pretty dark. So they're getting me to sort of say that for the people that maybe have already went through like that, maybe you've conveniently forgot it, that it's a really, really dark time. And that can be hard if you're kind of feeling a bit happy and you're excited and you just want the rest of your life to start. But maybe the rest of your life can't start. Oh, like when Harry met Sally, the rest of your life can't start with your trip if they're actually still finishing something off with the rest of their life, you know what I mean, with one part of their life. So, and then even that can be even harder to understand when you're both single, and then you think, well, what's the hold up? But that's why they got me to describe that can be the hold up. Both twins have to go through that darkness. It's just what the difference is the one that goes through it after. I don't know whether it's a good thing or a bad thing that they're getting me to, is they go through it quicker. The fast track to ascension card and that ascension deck, they go through it quicker than the other one. But that could, oh yes. Confront. They've just pulled me to, so again, you should have your eyes closed, but I mean, I can't tell what you do. You're going to do what you want to do anyway. And that's got something to do with twin flame journey too, isn't it? Your twin's going to do what they want to do, and you're going to do what you want to do. And you'll only get that if you tuned into the live, all the lives. But I think it was yesterday. Well, they said it through me. I've pulled the moon card, which in this deck is confront. And it is a man looking in a mirror, or is it a doorway when we're about to go through a doorway when I get through the clearing? And the moon card, for those of you that don't know the tarot, is about fear. But it can either be about fear or it could be about facing fears and being ready to confront your fear and your secrets and your secret pain. And it's about being very psychic, and it's about shadow work. And I know a lot about the moon card because I was born on the 18th of a month, and it is the 18th. And the 1 and the 8 is 9, and 9 is endings. And we are all at the end of our, I was going to say the end of our tether. Yeah, the end of our tether with something in our lives. We're just done. We're done with living our life one way that doesn't serve us anymore. And we're ready to step into the next way. And for each and every one of you that hear that, it's going to be something different. And then what interests me about this card is it's a man looking in a mirror, and it's a little boy, a shadow of a little boy. And that is about the inner child healing that we're all doing. So change it. If you're a woman, that's a little girl that you're seeing in the mirror or whatever you identify as. But that reflects the inner child healing that you are doing and that your twin flame's doing. And you're both doing the exact same. I cannot stress that enough. Whatever inner child wounds you have, if it's your true twin flame, they have the exact same inner child wounds. And all twin flames have massive abandonment wounds. It can be for all different types of reasons. And it might not be the exact same circumstances that lead to the same wounding. But I can guarantee you, with listening to thousands of twin flames over all these years, each set of twin flames have the same wounds. So that's what I feel they really want me to be stressing. Right, so now moving on, opportunity beckons is the other one they just pulled me to. Right, so, and that's a heart chakra card. So there's a lot at the heart here. And actually, I'm going to say that now, that is the oil that I had burning, is the heart chakra essential oil. So that's why they're spending a lot of time at the heart chakra. There's a huge heart chakra expansion going on right now. And actually that card, heart, opportunity beckons, is that's why they're made to say heart. That is a heart chakra card because it's green, but it's also a 4, which is the heart chakra. So there's a lot, huge heart chakra opening is just what they're saying. Huge heart chakra activation going on right now. Right, certainly is. Right, so now we're moving that energy through the heart chakra and it's going down through your solar plexus. And we're pulling back your power wherever you've knowingly given it away or unknowingly. In this lifetime or other lifetimes, we're now calling all that power back to your solar plexus, your feelings, your power, your abundance, your happiness. Wherever you've allowed people to affect your happiness, as they pull me up to the quote on my wall that says, do what makes you happy and be with who makes you smile. So if you're not around who makes you happy and the people around you aren't making you smile, have you got a good enough reason to be hanging around? Some of you might feel you do. Some of you might actually be like, yeah, that's a good point, actually. Why am I putting myself through this? Everyone's at different points. Sometimes I look back at certain points in my life and I was like, why was I actually allowing myself to be doing things that didn't make me happy? It didn't make me smile. And actually, half the time I'd probably rather be at home fucking laughing and smiling and either with people that really did make me feel like that or actually just be my fucking self. That's really the truth because I just got really happy when I said it. So that's my truth. What's yours? What have you made yourself do in the past? But you weren't actually really wanting to do. You were just trying to conform and fit in. And then other times it might be like, actually, yeah, you do want to go and be around people. But the point is, I think they're saying it's like go and do stuff like that when you want to and don't do it when you don't want to. And I think there's too much limiting beliefs that everyone's got collectively for maybe saying this at the solar plexus about, oh, but I'll have to go to such and such party. Otherwise, they're going to think this of me. They're going to think that of me. What's more important? Say you didn't want to go to such and such party or whatever that is, or whatever the reason why I'm saying this, because your mental health isn't doing great. Is it going to make you feel better to force yourself to go to a party, get too drunk, maybe tell the wrong people all your problems, and then wake up in the morning feeling even worse than what you did before you went? Or would it be better to bypass that and look after yourself? Now, I don't know who that's for, but that must be for someone listening to this either live or on replay. But I think we can all identify with what I'm saying. The things that we force ourselves to do so that people don't talk bad of us or don't think bad of us. When what's wrong with you actually knowing that you are a good person, but for the sake of your mental health, you need to bypass that or whatever it is. Because actually there's so many things in my life as well where, you know, where when people have done wrong by you, you know that, but you know that they can't see it yet. And for the sake of yourself, you have to just not be around that sort of stuff. And it might not be forever, but until you feel better about it. And that might be in the cases where, you know, some of you may in time get an apology. And like I always say, sometimes you've got to accept the apologies that you're never going to get. And then by letting go of that, you might be surprised and you might just get that apology out of nowhere one day. But don't hang around waiting on it. Always forgive, but don't expect that. Because you could be waiting around forever on an apology that you're never going to get, and then you keep yourself stuck and sad. And it really wasn't worth it. And again, I help my clients all the time with where they can't forgive someone. And I was really proud of someone today that said to me, that's what doing that, you know, that package with you that of 4 sessions done for me, was it helped me, you know, forgive and let go a little bit more, something like that. So think we can all identify with all that. So now the energy moves over the solar plexus and down to the sacral chakra, which when I was on the live last night, that is the essential oil that was guided to burn. And we had the synchronicity of someone had been guided to watch the sacral chakra clearing. And then earlier what happened was someone shared that they had been doing sacral chakra healing and they hadn't actually even caught last night. So that just shows you don't need to be catching everything live. You don't even need to have caught up with the stuff to know that you're in it. If you decided to take part in this and chat or not chat, you're in the energy. So whatever it is I'm putting out there or being guided to work, you're in that. You're being carried by this container. Whether you like it or not, if you chose to got involved silently or out loud, you're involved. So you may as well say, fuck it, let's go and get involved. And take this, oh yes, opportunity beckons. Take the opportunity, because some people are below, oh, that's shit, but it doesn't even work. And they're missing out. It's kind of like what it says in the Bible. I can't even remember what it says, but it's something along the lines of those that couldn't hear the music thought the other ones that could were mad. Do you know what I mean? Something like that. And it is true. Lots of you that are at a certain point on your journey ascending, people are going to start to disappear in your life. I mean, quite literally, like loads of people. Like, I mean, when I was talking about it, I was like, God, like there's just, it's mental. The amount of people that physically aren't in my life anymore, like it's absolutely mental. But it's kind of like, first you disappear psychologically. They won't really get what you're saying. Like you might be talking about kind of extra spiritual stuff, or you might be talking about, I don't know, just they'll just not really get it, or they might even be kind of like, what are they on about, right? We'll say you disappear spiritually first, actually. I don't know what order it is, but spiritually and then psychologically, they won't get you. And then I feel like emotionally, that kind of connection that you once had will start to not be there as well. And then the last to go would be imagine physically, and you just don't see them anymore. They won't think about you, and you might not think about them. And it is kind of really quite weird. But all I know is it's part of what's happening on the planet right now. And it's part of people that are, like I say, getting it and not getting it. And the people that are meant to get it will wake up. The people that are not meant to get it, who knows? They might wake up later. They might not. Maybe they signed up to not get it. And that's why they're making me say all this now, because if you even get a little bit of what I'm saying, you're meant to get it. You're meant to wake up. You're meant to continue to keep waking up, and you're meant to be living your joy. What would make you the most happiest right now? Who would make you the most happiest right now? Are you living your truth? Are you surrounding yourself with good, genuine people? Are you protecting your energy and your boundaries and not putting yourself around people that drag your energy down? These are all questions to be pondering and kind of, yep, tick, 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 or, oh God, I still need to sort that out. This is all at the sacral chakra, I'm saying this, remember. So this is our sexual energy. So that applies with what I said before. Protecting your sacred sexual energy, or at least taking on mind and assessing whether you do feel the difference. If you kind of be like, oh yeah, you know, that kind of does make sense, but I'm not going to listen to it. Wherever anyone's at. But our sacral chakra is not only sacred sexual energy, it is our seat of creativity. So wherever you're not fully using your seat of creativity, wherever you're not having the most fun, they don't call the house of Leo, the fifth house, the house that, you know, it's like, because it's to do with sex, but it's also to do with like casual sex, but it's also how funny that it's the house of fun, because it's the house of children and your inner child. And for obvious reasons, because you make a child through sex. But everybody knows that doesn't need to be sacred sex that makes a child, you know what I mean? So they're using the weird analogy of sometimes a bit of fun can lead to a lot more than that, can't it? And it's kind of like, but all of that happens for a reason. Children teach us responsibility, or they should rather. Their children are the greatest teachers there are. That's why my favourite day of the week is a Thursday, and that's because I spend Thursdays with my youngest niece. And occasionally I look after another little girl who's going to be 7 actually really soon. And there were 7 people watching, it changed to 6. But yeah, children are our greatest teachers when we're willing to be present and listen. Oh my God. And that's really interesting. This is all at the sacral chakra. And right as I went to say, and the reason why a lot of you have limiting beliefs, and basically that is all of us, including me, is that for the best of intentions, your caregivers, whether that be your mum and dad, or those of you that are adopted, your adoptive parents, or whatever the situation is, different for all different types of people. For the best of intentions, at some point, some of you will have been like, look at this picture I've done, or look at this, or look at that. And maybe someone was having a bad day, and they could have been like, look, I've not got the time to do that right now, or or whatever, or or some of it could have been a bit more blunt or sharper than that, or it could have even been way more subtle than that. But whatever all the different reasons are, or again, it could have been, it could have been harsher, it could have been more subtle. And this is why they're getting me to say that, like, nobody's perfect. Not everybody's going to be totally on the ball. But all of those things can contribute to limiting beliefs that last a lifetime. Right? That's why children are a huge responsibility. They are soaking up everything. Everything. And you were that child at one point. And why I said it was interesting, because when I went to say that about you were that child at one point, my throat got caught. It was like it was, I couldn't talk. And so what they were saying to me is a lot of you will identify with, for whatever reason, you've learned some, I think they're right. So first of all, they're talking to me about some of you that have learned just not to express your feelings. And I just picked up the sun card, which in this deck says shine. For some of you, for whatever reason, you learned somewhere it wasn't safe to shine. It could be that if you were kind of shining or showing off a little bit, I can sort of hear voices in my head that, like, someone was saying, like, it's not, it's like I can feel for some people it would be somebody actually saying something unhelpful, and maybe even kind of in a bantery way of some people it'd be like, stop being a big head. That would kind of be like more kind of locally where I live, but that could be sort of, in the throat chakra went funny again there. Or it would just be a feeling being emitted at you. It could even be from siblings. Jealousy. Siblings or friends that you noticed when you shine a little brighter, people act a little different around you. So you're like, oh, fuck, I'm not going to do that again. I'll just kind of fit in. I'll just kind of do it. So if you're a girl or a guy, that's why they just keep showing me Greece, and I know why. Greece comes in so handy for it, because if you think about it, and it's like the Sandy's sticking out like a sore thumb because she's, I don't know, a bit of a do-gooder, I suppose, isn't it, at the start of the thing, and then she's putting noses out of joint there, and then now it's like they're flashing up in my mind's eye Grease too, when it's like the same kind of thing. But so for using like both sexes, like, then it's, I think it's maybe her cousin or something, Michael. It's just because that's the way the teacher lady says it. But somebody's twin might be called Michael, or you might be the fucking Michael twin. I don't know. But it's kind of like same thing. Like he shows up and he's a bit geeky in that, and then they're all like, "Oh, you can't get him worse," kind of thing. And it's kind of like it is all just that conforming thing. And then if you think about like at the end of that film, it's kind of like, he does all this change in that and, makes himself all cool and whatever it is that you're meant to do. And then at the end, the leader of that pack kind of thing is just kind of like, do you know what, actually, here you go. Here's the jacket. And yeah, again, all these analogies are quite funny, but I get what they're saying. It's kind of like, from the beginning, you really should just give zero fucks and just be exactly who you are. And you learn as you get older. That's the really cool person. The cool people are the cool people that just don't give a crap about fitting in and fitting in with the crowd. Because people that are still of a certain age that are trying to fit in with Cool in the Gang actually aren't very cool. It's kind of like, when you can just, what is truly cool is when you can be your own person, having fun with what feels real to you, and then shining that light so bright, that's why they've made me pick up that card actually, that you attract other weirdos like you that are also making their dreams come true, as they make me pick that up. And yes, this is all at the sacral chakra, and I've just picked up again. You could maybe watch this again later or open your eyes and then close them again. I've literally picked up sacral chakra as I said that, dreams coming true. The bravest people are the people that are brave enough to stick out like a sore thumb, maybe not all the time, but dare to dream a little and move away from the status quo. That is these are the new earth leaders, are the people that aren't afraid to be different. And I believe that's all of you. If you're tuning into this, if you're listening, and you might do it in a quieter way, maybe you speak to people in a quieter way, in a group of small people, or maybe you do like me and you speak to however many people are tuning in, whether it's 5 people or the 40 people that watch after, or, that'll be more at some point, whatever, we all do it in a different way. Our souls are here to express ourselves in a different way. But the difference is your guides want you to get to a point where you're getting it, that you're meant to be having fun. And if you're still trying to fit in and comply, and okay, they're giving me the example of obviously the obvious thing about in the world when everybody just done what they were told. And then hopefully a lot of yous will be, well, you either realise like me, or you realise after, shit, that wasn't the right thing to do at all. Or I was meant to do that to then realise, to then be able to, course correct, whatever, whatever the situation is, because everybody's got a different path. But yeah, that's a very good example of, don't follow the crowd. They're going the wrong way. Whereas a lot of people can take the opinion, God, I better just do what everyone else is doing, because if I don't do it, then everyone's going to hate me and everyone's going to sort of gang up on me. And I can understand that, especially if people experience any type of bullying or anything, or always sort of afraid of that sort of happening. You don't want to stick out like a sore thumb. But when it comes to your health and your well-being and your overall happiness, that's when you really do have to be quite brave. And they just made me pick up a card that says, take time for the things that make your soul happy. For some people, that's going out and partying and dancing, more extrovert. And for some people, that's staying in with a cup of tea and getting an early night. Honour who it is you are. It might depend on your mood. And as long as it's your truth, because if some people could make out like they're that person that likes going out and partying and being around a lot of people, but actually it's oh yes, it must be true for something. It's just a way of running away. It's running away from facing your fears. of what your soul really longs to do and express. And for lots of people, that will be going out every weekend, drinking, partying, whatever. I've been that person. I knew I had big things to do in the world, but it was a lot easier to just get all excited about a Saturday night when I was probably going to have the shittest night ever, come home and wake up in the morning feeling like a bag of shite, or have my head down the toilet being sick about 40 times in a row. Yep, I'm not exaggerating. That was most of the time. I had to repeat that quite a long time until I got to the point when I was like, wow, this isn't fun. I'm definitely here to do better stuff than this. As fun as it was giving people a reading in the street when I was pissed, and you've all heard the funny stories, and if you haven't, you will if you're new at some point. And I can tell you I'm a lot happier now. A lot happier now than I was back then. I've got good memories, but thank God my soul evolved past that. And I feel a lot of you are at that, or long past it, wherever you're at. So that was all at the sacral chakra. Interesting. Creativity, passion, fire. Does your life light you up? Sacral chakra, we often think of excitement and fun as like woohoo, party, and Sagittarius energy is party, 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 fun, fun, fun. But not everybody's idea of fun is really wild. You know what I mean? Fun to one person is not so fun to someone else. So you've really got to get to know yourself inside out to know what is fun to you, and then be honest with yourself. And of course, the relationship to others is what the sacral chakra is as well. And so it's like, that's why they were giving us that analogy of the Grease films. If you think about those films, it's like none of those characters have really found themselves yet. They're all a bit kind of scared to say to the other one what they really want and what they really feel. Now that's funny, like, you know, they're not actually, like, they're showing me, what is it, like Rizzo and Kaneki. Yeah, if you think about that's a good example. Because they both actually really like each other. And then they make out that they don't. And then because of that miscommunication, she then goes away with that other one who, Christ, you couldn't pay me to go away with someone like that anyway, sorry. But you know what I mean? She goes away with the, you know, the baddie. And then he goes away with whoever, I think the one that, the cha-cha that nicks Danny off of Sandy. And I always use that, that's hilarious, but I always use that analogy for the karmic partners that aren't the so nice ones, you know, when they're dancing and Cha-Cha comes in the blue dress and steals Danny off of Sandy and she runs off crying. That is absolutely divine feminine, divine masculine, and a karmic getting involved. But when you learn to see it from a higher perspective, who gets the last laugh? Does Danny fly off in a car with the one in the blue dress? I've already forgot her name. No, he doesn't. He flies off with curly-haired Sandy, doesn't he? That's the twin flame journey, guys. So take that from what you were. That I channeled that out really quite in a flow, but it's true. That is ascension. They fly off in the car, fucking happy as Larry. They're not needing anyone else. Doesn't mean you don't have other people around you, but that is true. And then again, why are they can't make me stop talking about Greece right now. It's again, now they're showing me the end of Greece too. When again, what's it, Michelle Pfeiffer I can't remember, she has to go against the crowd a little bit to be like, look, I don't want one of these cool guys cutting about in a leather jacket. They're all a bunch of dicks. She doesn't say it like that, but that's basically the vibe. And then when that mysterious guy, who's actually the bloody guy that's, you know, it's Michael. Yeah, whatever it is she's singing to him at the end of that film's kind of like, you know, I can't remember the words now, but I think it is quite meaningful for them to be showing it. It's that kind of vibe of going away from the crowd. That's what I think they're trying to get at here. That is the real flex. Now that's interesting. I don't use that term, but that is the real thing you're aiming for, is whether it comes to anything to do with love and the twin flame journey, is realizing that it's not usually the obvious choice. It's usually the one that's a bit of a risk for whatever reason. Usually there's just a whole load of obstacles getting in the way. And then oh yes, that's why they're saying that. I get it now. Because there's a whole load of obstacles getting in the way. But in both films, because that's what happens in films, everybody fucking gets over it, don't they? And they're all fucking dancing about, singing whatever, shoot, a wham, bam, do. Anyway, I can remember the words when I'm not channeling it, but you know what I mean? It's kind of like, they're all singing and dancing, and in the second one, they've got all the flowers around their neck. You get the gist. People get over it, but that's not through lack of a shitload of obstacles. And that's how films go, but that's actually how the twin flame journey goes. Oh, and then, like I've said, it doesn't stop when you get into union. For my friends that are married to their twin flame, there's always somebody a bit gel putting their nose out of joint, and then you just protect your energy, protect your boundaries, move along, whatever applies for those of you that are listening to this that are in union. Right, so wow, a lot of the sacral chakra, but I do get it because we're in a lot of fire energy right now, and that is the sacral chakra. So now that energy moves down, and actually I feel it's just so that I'm talking right when it's in the moon. So now the energy moves down past the root chakra, grounding you, reminding you that you're safe and secure wherever you're at in your journey. Reminding you that you're allowed to do whatever it is that you need to do to feel safe in your own body. And it's like I'm kind of going with this, but it's like they're getting me to say, like, stop and really sort of, for those of you that have either went into a bit of a trance or you've literally fallen asleep, I want you to pull up something from your soul or your subconscious mind of what is something that if you were having like an anxiety attack, or for those of you that might have panic attacks, because I know that's a lot of people that tune into me through here, tell me that. And that's again what I done. That is what I channeled the New Earth meditation for, that, for you to do that whenever you want it, or you can do it every day to cut off from the old earth energy. But I want you to sort of ponder that, like, what is it that makes you feel safe? Who makes you feel safe? What activity makes you feel safe? A little bit like when I gave the funny example of when I was in my dark night of soul, and I remember someone saying at the time that I'd sort of shared stuff with her before when I was in a better place about all the self-love stuff, and when she was saying it back to me, what she was saying was right. But I obviously didn't want to be helped at that point. I wanted to stay in the darkness. I must have needed to stay in the dark. That's what people need to hear right now, actually. Your soul came here to experience all emotions. And that's what Scorpio season's been about. If you've used it wisely, you've just allowed yourself to roll about in the mud and not have a whole lot of fun, actually. Could have been, you could even use the mud analogy as shit. Because that is literally Scorpio energy of a bit. But you know what I'm saying? It's like, go as low as you can go, be in the darkness. And for some of you, it's time to, you've went right down to the depths of Scorpio energy, and it's time to, and then jump out of the sea like a breath of fresh air, being born again, or jumping out like a dolphin, or whatever analogy you want to use. The butterfly, just when the caterpillar thought the world was over, because that would be the Scorpio bit of dying, because Scorpio is death. dying. The old you is dying. the Sandy and the Danny analogy of the old identity. Although there's lots of bits that I could psychoanalyze that about that I don't like it, because technically it's like, why did she have to change her whole identity and fucking curl her hair and put on a pair of tight leggings for everyone to accept her? There's something a bit fucking wrong with that, guys. Do you know what I mean? Same with him having to become a geek. Anyway, chucked it off, didn't he? But you know what I'm saying? Just be your fucking self. If you're a geek, be a geek. If you're whatever else you want to call yourself, just be who you are. If you're a clone of all your pals, is that who you want to be? I don't think those people are listening to this. I think there might be a few people listening to this that have been that person at one point, but I don't truly feel that's any of you right now, if you're listening to this right now. And I'm going to set the intention, if you don't want to be that anymore, break off from the shackles. I'm going to shuffle these cards now. So that's all at the root chakra. That's all what makes you feel safe and secure. So there's a lot there about friendship groups. Yeah, observe, and, you know, do you want to be that person anymore? Base chakra, fuck it, you can't even make this shit up. We're on the base chakra. I don't call it that, but this is the root chakra card, and we're on the root chakra right now. Joy and stability, and spread your wings. So yeah, there's a lot here. It's so, and I mean, I'm gonna have to watch this back and see it, but I do get it. It's like, and it's 2 cards that are purple, which these are the spiritual cards in this deck. You have ascended so far beyond certain groups of friends in particular. And for where it applies, romantic connections, that it's time to spread your wings to joy and stability. Which is probably why they gave me the analogy of the flying off in the car thing. Yeah, look, to be fair, be honest with yourself. Mending. Where do you need to mend? I feel mending. I feel that's definitely about twin flame connections, where there is apologies, where people are wanting to make apologies and mend old friendships. Because like you say, your twin flame should be your best friend, because it is your set. Look, gifts from God. Gifts from God. We angels bring you gifts from your creator. Open your arms to receive. That's not a coincidence. Somebody said earlier, obviously I had a block to receiving. And I love that honesty, because we've all got a block to receiving somewhere. Otherwise, you'd have what it is you want. And some people that'll trigger the fuck out of, but that's why I love how honest Charlotte is, because it's true. It's why I say it all the time as well. If I was ready for what I wanted, I think we all know what I want. There's many things that I want, but, you know, I think in reference there, I don't think I need to be anyway. Yeah, your twin flame is a gift from the gods. Your twin flame might have even be thinking they're a gift from the god at one point. Do you know what I mean? And then they get battered about by life and by their dark night of soul and God's gift. Because that's true. For all the twin flame journey, usually the divine masculine at some point thinks they're God's gift. But then the irony is that a divine feminine actually does feel like that about you. Your true divine feminine will think you are a gift from the gods. Like, they will fancy you that much. But a divine masculine will actually fancy their divine feminine back that much. And they wouldn't, that's why they're saying that to me, because it's like, you know, you could be like, oh, and then that's when I was talking about the big-headed side. It's like, that's where there's a lot of a problem with men and women and that kind of divine masculine energy, is you've not been sort of, your confidence hasn't been boosted in the right way, like to value yourself, because it's like, because there's a lot of jealousy around divine feminines and divine masculines, people would be trying to pull you down rather than lift you up. And it's subconscious. That's what they're saying to me. It's very subconscious with a lot of people. But that is the truth of it. If regardless however, whether you are that person or your twin is like that, where they get a lot of attention for being very popular or very good looking or whatever the kind of deal is there, or whether the divine feminine's like that, or whether you're both a bit like that. It doesn't really matter in truth, because actually this is what they're saying to me, like a divine feminine wouldn't be like, oh, they wouldn't put their divine masculine down. They would be like, well, yeah, actually, you know what? They are. I can see why other people want them. They are amazing, even despite the whole journey. And that's when you know people really are true twin flames. So obviously, I really do feel that is going to only apply to people that really connects with. And obviously, they are using quite a lot of math stuff, but it is true. Because people can see what you look like and they can give you all the attention in the world, whether you're a man or a woman. But are they really giving you all the other stuff? Are they really seeing every part of you? Are you letting them? Do you trust them enough to receive? And then there we can tie it into what Charlotte said about receiving. But you can only allow yourself to receive when you feel ready. And then it ties back to what I said about I mustn't be ready for what I want and who I want. But then when both people feel ready, then you're on the same page. And that's when twin flames can come into physical union. But you got to let go when that is. All very fascinating stuff that's coming out tonight. Right, so now that we're at the root chakra, with all that being said, we're seeing that energy go from our hips and down over our thighs and over our knees, which are about worthiness, which is everything I've just been channeling about there for whoever connects with whatever bits. Because trust me, if you're not anywhere near this, and even if your story isn't really kind of anything like the bits and bobs I've been channeling, because I'm not exactly going to be able to hit everyone, because people are all different sorts of ages and everything that are listening to this too. But when you do get to the point where you meet the person that is your true twin flame, because now they're showing me a soul fam client actually that, yeah, they went through something only this year where there was question marks around somebody else being a twin flame, because she'd heard me talk about it so much. I knew she was one, but she wasn't really aware of anybody that significant being it. And then there was maybe someone in her, I wonder if, I'm going to see if this person emails me to be like, was that me? Because, yeah, but anyway, so, and then actually, after we done a session and identified who the twin flame was, which was somebody that had, a new person actually, but from a past life, it was all really pretty obvious. And that's just went from, fun to more fun by the sounds of it and what I'm feeling and by the updates that I enjoy. But again, I bet you that's cloaked with a lot of sheer terror actually. And I feel a lot of it will be on my beautiful soul sisters' part. Because all the ladies that I attract, that I love a lot, are in a lot of divine masculine energy, or they are the divine masculine. So that's where with that particular person I'm being shown in my third eye, I would love to know what's happening there, whether she's fallen more in divine feminine or whether, yeah, that would be really interesting. But anyway, you get it. What I'm saying is she could have the potential to be the runner there. So hopefully that doesn't happen with me in her life, but that'll be interesting, because people that meet for the first time in this life do go through a bit. They may have to go through that. I hope I'm not saying that for a reason. They might have to go through that process of a bit of separation to really realize how special that person is. Because I truly do believe that on the twin flame journey, you have to lose that person. You both have to lose each other to miss them every day that you're apart. Or maybe for the divine masculine, once you become consciously aware of who the twin flame is. But actually, from having spoken to a lot of women in divine masculine energy, none of them forgot their twin flame. They just didn't realise that the twin flame would have felt like that about them, which always makes me a bit sad. But anyway, wow, there's a lot of stuff going on here. Right, so now that energy is going over the knees, which are about worthiness, down over the legs, down through the feet and the roots of the tree, which is feels very important with all the seeds and trees analogy that have been going on this week. That energy goes down, down, all the way down, holding the space for all the collective energy. They've just pulled my eyes to the fact that it's midnight here. Again. Oh man, this midnight analogy just won't go away. 3 days in a row now. And that's what it is. Of course it is. So this is not a coincidence that we're carrying down this energy, the collective energy. So thank you for being patient with all the random stuff that's coming through, for all the bits and bobs of everybody that's coming through. Sorry, not sorry. If you've not got the patience to hold space for your brothers and sisters, you've still got a lot of work to do. I know that for the majority of you, you do. Anyway, some of you have fallen asleep. But that energy is going down, 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 all the way to the down to the bottom of Mother Earth, however you imagine that to be. And we're cutting the cords of fear, lack, negativity to the old earth, letting go of everything we're ready to let go of, and you're keeping everything you need. And we're connecting to the new earth of peace, calm, abundance, balance of your masculine, inner masculine and feminine energy, knowing what brings you joy and what doesn't, knowing where you need to set boundaries and take an action with them, knowing what lights you up and where to head in the direction of, knowing that the reason why it just hit midnight here when I'm channeling this is because that is reflective of utilizing that 0 point energy where your power lies, being in the power of the now moment. Your power lies in the present, and that's why this whole challenge is about just take any kind of action. Where are you stuck? Right, now do something to counteract that. Show your fear that you're bigger than it. Some of you need to build up to that in increments, which is why I've designed the challenge in the way I have. Some of you are a bit like me and you just need to shock yourself out of it. For me, it's just like, fuck it, let's go. That's why I called it that. Mine's is just go for it. Otherwise, I'll never do it. So you need to identify which one you are. Do you need to build up to it slowly, which you've got the option to do in this? And you can do it in replay, remember? You can do the whole thing again another time. Or are you a little bit like me? You just need to rip the class out and do it. Just do it. That's what the midnight analogy is. And it might have, I feel it is a lot to do with what I said before. It is Cinderella vibes, because it's got a lot to do with like a lot. Oh, this is so interesting. This is not just for the women. This is for the women and the men. They're telling me that some of you feel like it's all going to be taken away from you again. The reason why you don't move, this is definitely for the love, but it could be for anything. The reason why you don't move towards that person is because at midnight, or just, it's like some point, it's just all going to be taken away from you again, and you're going to be back in your old life. And that's not true. You've come too far, and if you're this far to be listening to this and you've went through your awakening, even if you're still going through it, which is why I always say, yes, there's still yet to be tonight. Whenever I'm getting off, there's always exciting romance cards about somebody coming forward and taking a leap of faith and somebody turning up and all this kind of stuff, which does happen to people, as I'm being drawn to 2 cards over there, which are about exciting. Well, actually, it says true love. So there you go. It's like that does happen at some point. But we always hold space for the people that aren't quite there yet. You're not quite ready to receive the love. You're not quite ready to make the offer. Wherever you're at, you'll get there when you're meant to. But now we're connecting to the new earth of peace, calm, abundance, balance of your masculine and feminine. I want you to pull up whatever it is you feel you need. So pull it up, up, up. Imagine pulling that energy up, setting your own personal intention for whatever it is you feel you need. Before I move to the actual timeline jump bit, they just pull me to 2 cards that says, we rejoice when you find love. Love comes in unexpected ways. Focus on the positives. There are many. And I feel that really ties in with what I just channeled. We've got 2 very distinct collectives of twins here. Some people that are still finding it hard to focus on the positive. And that's where you just from experience of when I felt like that, just be present. Even if you are in a really painful place, just take each day as it comes. And what helped me the most was listening to audiobooks, whoever that's going to resonate with. But, you know, just spend the time yourself, healing yourself. And when you do feel like being around people, you know, make sure you let them know how grateful you are for holding space for you. And yeah, when you least expect it, you wake up one day and you will be feeling better. We're helping to bring a little luck your way. You deserve it. Spread your wings and fly. We're proud of you. So that is for the people that are doing their best to get through the dark times right now. And it's also for the people that are out of that. And then it's also for the people that can fall into it and then get out of it. And then, you know, and that are dancing in and out of it. It's for everyone. Okay. So now that that's got, that took ages, but that's fine. Now that that's the clearing, keeping your eyes closed, I want you to imagine a door. And I'm going to take you in a shamanic journey. And then within the shamanic journey, I'm going to take us to the magical door to your new timeline. But for now, I want you to imagine the door to your shamanic journey. So this can be a familiar door that you always see whenever you do any mass shamanic journeys or any of your own, or it can be brand new. But I want you to call on your power animal. So many of you will already know who your power animal is, and they'll come as soon as you ask. And if you've never done this before, just know that your power animal does come when I say that, and that my power animals are always there to keep you safe. And more importantly, my voice, because I'll be doing hypnosis as well, my voice will go with you and you're always safe. And if you do happen to fall asleep to this, not waking up until the next day, you will wake up when you intended to wake up. And you'll wake up with a lot more peace and clarity and happiness than you had before. Probably a lot of weird dreams as well, helpful ones. Right, so I want you to walk through that door with your power animal. And for those of you that are new to it, you know, just you'll get a sense through your clairs of, like, you know, you'll feel an animal around you, you might hear an animal sound, or you might see it in your third eye, or you might just think of an animal. And again, I can go deeper into that. That's the kind of stuff that I teach about one-to-one, or on the Activate, Awaken and Amplify Your Clairs Zooms, starting on Monday if you want to get involved in that. So now I want you to walk through that door, closing the door behind you. And the intention for going on this shamanic journey is we're going to jump to our highest timeline. And I warned you all before that things will change. And some of it might not be too fun. When I've done this before, again, remember I'd said about the money, I'd said, oh, I came into a whole load of money. And then obviously, for whatever reason, I wasn't ready to keep going with that, because, and again, it was probably because I could foresee a lot was going to change in my life, including lots of friendships, which did then happen later. But then, but then I came to the conclusion of, wait a minute, all my friendships have changed anyway, and I'm not even making all this money. So it was like I kind of went backwards to lose the friends anyway. So then now I'm at the point when it's like, oh, fuck it, let's go. Fucking make it rain abundance of all things. Do you know what I mean? So that was my journey, and that will mean something to other people. And like I said, it's not, that wasn't the only reasons. A lot of it was my own fear, but that was it. I didn't want to be different. And I knew that some people secretly weren't going to like it, and maybe even be quite jealous, quite a few. Because that's the truth of it. When you're on this journey, lots of people are jealous, and lots of people that are closer to home than what you would like to acknowledge. Many of you may still be in denial about that, or you've already went through it. Depends. So just keep your eye open, your third eye, and your wits about you, is what I would say, guys and gals. So walking along that rose quartz path of unconditional love, knowing that we'll return back out through this door once we've done this shamanic work. And so you're walking along with every step you take on the rose quartz path of unconditional love for exactly where you're at in this now moment. And they're pulling me to a book about weight loss over there, actually. So I can feel a lot of people there's quite a few people listening to this. It's like, that's weighing on your mind. Stuff to do with weight. And again, physical weight gain has always got something to do with something emotional within you, I feel. And I know that because I've lost a lot of weight recently, and it is because I've literally decluttered a lot, emotionally, physically, spiritually. And then the last thing is the physical clutter and the weight on you without even trying. So again, if you want me to go deeper with that, if that's things that I can do one-to-one, or like I said, I do want to do a challenge to do with that. I feel really quite soon, probably if I've got the energy into the early next year, but we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. But they were pulling my eyes right into a book about weight loss there. So, and I was talking about pulling it up, feeling good enough as you are. So now we reach the end of the rose quartz path and we go over the sparkly chakra bridge, sparkling up your chakras wherever you are right now, taking up what you need, because even if you're feeling pretty good, we can all do a wee bit more sparkle in our lives. And so now you reach the end of the chakra bridge, and I want you to find yourself, this is where you can find yourself beside the old oak tree. There's the tree analogy again, although those of you that are a hashtag oldie know I always take us to an old oak tree. I am an old oak tree. It was channeled to me once. So you can find yourself the old oak tree with the bench, or you can find yourself in your own safe, sacred space, because your soul, your subconscious mind is intelligent enough to do that. As long as you're relaxing that old left brain, the one that likes to overthink and, what's happening next and what's happening here, just quiet that one. We're going with the creative brain right now. So in this safe, sacred space, I want you to just take a moment before I get the magical door to your new timeline up. I want you to take a moment to just sit wherever you are in your own safe, sacred space. And just take a moment to honor where you've been. All the trials and tribulations. And you might even, depending on how long I leave this here, I'm not going to leave it too long, but I want you to just really sort of take a moment to tune in to everything you've went through. Whether it's those of you that you're specifically tuning in to the pain of the twin flame journey, the pain of being away from the other half of your soul, whether it's what you've went through this year in particular, or the last 5 years, or the last 10 years, or whatever applies. Whether it's for those of you that have woken up, because I channeled this recently, those of you that have woken up and you're like, wow, I'm in the wrong life. That's not everyone, but I was channeling that for a collective of people, feeling like, I feel like I took a wrong turn somewhere. How did all of this happen? Why am I not with that person? Why did I make that decision? And whether or not you've been able to make peace with that or not, just let it all go, because you made the decisions you were meant to make. And what they're saying to me is that actually goes for anybody that may be listening to this, because there will be people right now or in the future that listen to this that made certain decisions about their body for whatever reasons, through peer pressure or genuinely feeling that was the right thing to do, forgive yourself for that. You had your reasons for it. And if you're open to it, I always put an intention out there that I want to undo whatever harm was intended with whatever experiment you took part in. Because that's what's not, I mean, that actually makes me want to cry. That's what's not fair about all of this. There's still lots of people in our lives, whether that is actually you or lots of people that you love and care about, that did take part in that experiment, and they still may actually believe it was the right thing to do, because that's a thing called Stockholm syndrome. And whether we see it as pride and ego, and the people that do know, oh, that was the wrong thing to do, and they don't want to admit it, or the people that it's worse, quite frankly, they don't. And they may be looking at you, if you are that person, or that that you made a selfish decision, or that you put yourself in harm's way, even though if it's anything like me, I've not been ill with said contagious disease the whole time, other than right before it became an actual big massive problem. And yeah, it was really unpleasant, but what healed me was a lot of fresh air and a lot of rest, and nobody caught anything from me. And it kind of always worried me that they told you to stay inside for three weeks, which actually would make people very depressed, when getting out and fresh air and being around people after, unless you have got something that is genuinely contagious, like you do want to be giving people your colds and your flus and that. That's the things I'm more bothered about. That is what brought me back to life, was the sea. So that always worried me. I was like, oh, that's kind of interesting that they're saying the opposite. But anyway, so that's, anyone that is open to it, that I would ask for that to be cleared, because that's where I think it's not fair, and that's where we're all here to help each other. Apart from the ones that aren't here to help you and they're here to harm you, and you got to look out for those fuckers. That's love, light, and a bit of fucking reality. Right, so as I'm burning the sage, it's just to let people know that if they did do anything like that and they're new here, that you're not the black sheep. Do you know what I mean? Because there are going to be people waking up. It's like why I gave the Stepford Wives analogy of everybody woke up on that after all being like a robot, and then a flick switched, and it was like, well, why am I wearing this? Like the gay guy that was dressed in all pink and flamboyant was suddenly in a suit, and he wasn't acting who he was. And he was like, why am I wearing this? And that's the analogy. They gave me that because I feel a lot of people are going to have that moment. They're going to wake up and they're going to be like, wait a minute, why is my health getting worse and worse and worse? Why am I feeling so bad? That's why. And once you realise why, and you can locate it, you can do something about it. You can be led to the nearest shaman to undo what is done. And you've arrived, if that is you. But again, you might need more one-to-one support, but I hope I can clear whatever it is that is affecting anyone and why I'm talking about that so much. So now we can go through the door. So now what I want you to do, having reflected on all the stuff, all the pain of the past and the pain of the twin flame journey, whether that affects you, more than others or not. Like I said, I can't really see how it wouldn't if you're being really honest with yourself, whether you know who your twin flame is or not. You'll always have had a longing or a knowing that there's someone out there that would get you like nobody else would. A gift from God, as they pulled me up just like, they literally did just pull me to that card again. But you see, that has its problems, doesn't it? Because whether that's a woman thinking that about a man thinking that about women, which would be twin flames that were each other's twin flame, or same-sex couples, When you think someone's a gift from God, you're going to be like, I'm not worthy, I'm not worthy, both twins. So you have to get to the point where you're like, oh, wait a minute, I'm just always going to think this person's fucking amazing. So I just have to accept I'm always going to feel a little bit like, oh, and admit it to each other and then get over the hurdle and fucking move on. And then you'll be like, oh God, I can see all the parts of them that aren't so great too, but I still fucking love them. Do you know what I mean? That's reality. That's a bit of love, light, and reality. Oh, I love that. Right, so let all that shit go. Let the past you, let the past die, let the people from the past die. You know, the energies don't carry the past about. We're ready to move through that door. So with whether it's related to the actions you took this week or anything in your life that you want to achieve, we want to specifically see you for taking the actions to move forward from wherever you were stuck, with whatever area of life that applies to. Because even if it's got absolutely nothing to do with the love and romance part of the twin flame journey, or absolutely nothing to do with your life that you want to create in the new earth, your business, the work you want to do, you know, your legacy you want to leave, whatever, whether the actions you took this week have anything to do with any of that, it actually does, is the point. Every single action that you take to get unstuck and to move forward in the direction of your dreams, it's all connected. And when you do that, for those of you that really do care about the twin flame part of it, like I said, I don't believe the people that say they don't. Your twin will do the same. Your true twin will do the same, and you'll be shown who isn't the real ones, because they'll continue to keep repeating the same patterns. And usually there is some kind of manipulative behavior back and forth. And breadcrumbing and promising you things and hurting you over and over again. And they'll be in and out your life. And like you say, it's different for different people, but twin flames tend to not really be so much like that. You tend to not see them for years on end. Some people, like I say, it can be fucking decades. I've met people that are like long, like decades. But there tends to be a lot more sensitivity and fear around it until you're ready to, like I said, yeah, they just keep saying to me, until you're ready to get over that hurdle and realize that you're both just as scared as the next person, thinking that the other one isn't. that's the irony. No matter how confident somebody genuinely is, when you are faced with that person, you could melt or crumble just as much as the person, the novice. That's what they just said to me. And that's when I know I'm fucking, that's really strongly channeling, because I'm like, what does that mean? The novice is the beginner, isn't it? So, and they're giving me that again. For many people in these twin flame dynamics, it's time for the teacher to become the student again. The student becomes a teacher, whatever kind of applies. Right, so I want you to see that door, and behind this magical door. So if you saw the post from the picture that I posted at, at the weekend there, at the start of the week, where it was a magical door, it was like a gold, oh no, it wasn't gold, but maybe some of the same gold, but it was like a bluey kind of galactic door. Or the analogy I always have given before is like, the emoji of the sky. Some kind of door that is like that kind of galactic, starry-like, magical energy. And on the other side of this starry, galactic, magical energy is whatever it is you've been dreaming about, daydreaming about, whatever it is you really want, whether that is something to do with love, whether that is something to do with a goal you want to achieve in your life, Whether that is quite simply something to do with finally loving yourself or accepting yourself or feeling worthy, because like I've just channeled, that would then actually lead to the other things. We're all in a different timeline. On the other side of that starry galactic bluey or golden or purple, however you're seeing your magical door, on the other side of that door, I'm going to get you to step into it. I'm going to count to 3. And when I get to 3, you're going to walk through that door. And then I'm going to stay quiet for, I don't know, a few minutes. I'll just go with the flow. Might feel like an eternity. A lot of you will have floated off somewhere anyway. And I want you to just allow your soul to impress upon you an image, an end goal of what it's going to be like. Now, bear in mind, if you're anything like me, you might feel that you're creating an image of something that you want. But actually, what happens with me is I'm being shown a vision of what's actually on the timeline in the future. And sometimes I always say this, sometimes I don't even really know. Like, that's what I was going on about when I was saying I could see myself wearing a coat. And I could see that it was a certain time of year and I could see myself sort of going about in it. And I'm like, well, I haven't even found this coat, like, you know what I mean? And that was because it was this time last year. And I was like, well, and then I found a coat and it wasn't like, if you were on the live, you know, I didn't, I found one that was what it looks like what I want, but it wasn't the best quality. And then it was only just recently I was like, that's it. And then of course it wasn't in my size, which then is just reaffirming to me, see, there's exactly what I want, what I visualized a year ago. And then when I found it, it's not got my fucking size. So that wasn't great for my limiting belief because it was reaffirming to me, see, I don't get what I want, even something as simple as a fucking coat. But because I've got that Mars and Scorpio determination, guys, I'm just going to keep on checking. And I'm going to put out the intention now. Somebody remind me to do it after, please. I'm going to check and see if it's there. I'm going to get that fucking coat and I'm probably going to wear it on a bloody YouTube live to show you I've got it. But it's an analogy, you know. Sometimes you need to keep on trying. Never, never, never give up is one of my favorite sayings. Right, so we clear, you're going to feel into either something you feel you want and spend a bit of time visualizing something that's going to make you feel really happy. Bearing in mind, you might actually be like me, I'm going to ask them that some of you are just actually showing a vision of your future timeline. And for some of you, it's not too much and it's not too far away because the future can be tomorrow. The future can be an hour from now. Different for different people. So, okay, we're going to count to 3 and then the rest is over to you. Visualize what it is you want. Allow yourself to dream big. Knowing that I'm going to be sitting here visualizing my own stuff that I want, putting that, feeling that good juju out into this container and out into the world. But also I'm holding space, sending love for what it is you want. And knowing that as we're all visualizing what it is we want or a vision of actually what's going to happen, a bit of both, we're sending out that love into the world that is lifting people out of the darkness. Right, so ready to go through that galactic looking door? Right, going to count up to 3. So after 3, walk through the door, right? 1, 2, releasing everything in the past, letting it go. You're not that person anymore. 3, walk through the galactic starry looking door. And this is where I'm going to leave you. And when you hear my voice again, it will be to come out of this. And for whoever's around, we can hang around a little bit more. So enjoy, let all your senses show you what's happening, feel you what's happening, whatever. Right. So that's been about 5 minutes of our earthly time. So I want you to keep your eyes closed. I'm going to ask you to just bring that to a close, whatever you were being shown or whatever you were visualizing. Some of you still don't quite believe that can either happen or that it's going to happen, because my throat went a bit shaky there. So that's what they're telling me, but that's okay. Just acknowledge it and know that you've put it out there. So now what I'm going to do is I want you to, as you're bringing that to a close, knowing that, just taking all that good feeling with you, I want you to see that you're going to walk away from this vision. But as you walk away, you're pulling it's like you're pulling the energy, and I'm not going to say what color it is, whatever color it is you want to make, whatever it is you've just been feeling. I want you to pick any color, just pick a color right now, don't overthink it, right? And see that color like it's all around you, your whole vision. And then it gets smaller and smaller and smaller, and you're pulling it to you, and you're pulling it through your crown, down through all your chakras, and you're pulling it into your heart. And that's symbolic of holding the vision, trusting the process. And so as you now walk out of what you've been experiencing back through the door, but you're not going backwards, we're coming back to the shamanic journey. So just know that when you walk out of what you've just been experiencing with that in your heart and letting go of how that all comes about and when it all comes about, for some of you it's not too far away, for some of you it might still be a bit far away, it's different for different people, whatever. Again, it's, you never get what you get what you're ready for. Put it that's what they keep saying. You get what you're ready for, what you've prepared for, but you've put it out there. I want you to walk back through that door, knowing that you've let go of how it all comes about, and you've got it, you've held it in your heart, and you've done that. So that's soul retrieval as well. We've pulled back whatever bits and bobs of whatever you personally needed, and as a group. And so you're walking back now. So I'm going to count 3, 2, 1. And when I count 1, you're walking back out, and whatever was the doorway just disappears. But this time you're walking back to the shamanic journey. When I say 1, but don't open your eyes, because then I've got to count again to count you out. So when I say 1, you're going to be back in the shamanic journey, and you are now in your highest timeline. And the next action that you take, which will be on Thursday, whatever time that is in your part of the world, the next action that you take on the Thursday, the 24th of November 2022, for those of you that are doing it live, or whatever day it is for those of you, the Thursday the Thursday, or whenever it is, the 4th day, that action that you take will now be in your highest self, in your higher timeline. And it doesn't need to be a big thing. The same applies. It's just you're going to act from the place of being in your new timeline. So just bear in mind of what I said. A lot can change. Every time I've done this, a lot has changed. But it's all been what was meant to. So just be prepared for that. Right. So ready to come back now. 3, 2, 1. Boom. You're back in the shamanic journey, your own sacred space, or back by the tree with the bench, that magical door, as if it never happened, but it did. And you're going to have weird dreams to confirm it, and weird signs and synchronicities, and oh my God, whoa, what just happened, right? So now we're back in the shamanic journey, or your own sacred space. I'm just going to shuffle these cards, and I'm going to see what they want to tell us all before I bring us back from this. I was going to give the loved ones in spirit a bit of time to talk, but I think it's time to just bring us back now, because that's been quite a while. Right, so what do we need to know before I bring people back from the shamanic journey? The ever unfolding rose. There's lots of connections with roses with myself personally and my clients. Cracked open. it's happening for you, not to you. And again, if you want to learn what told me, or what inside me told me to do that right now, rather than just bringing us back, then you really need to get yourself on the activate, awaken, and amplify your clear zooms. Because if if you're up for that, if you can, or if you are conscious enough to remember, or if you watch back this bit, I could find out when it is and you could just sort of click on it. You'll see that that's exactly what I just channeled. Be prepared for the changes that take place. It might not be fun at first. Oh, wow. And I've just realized I'm going to publish Lexi's chat. I might do it right after this, or that will be published, on the Thursday. And that's actually, she beautifully, exemplifies that something apparently not so good happened right before the dreams came true. So, and it is that big. So yeah, cracked open. It's happening for you, not to you. You can't always see that at the time. Like when everything, oh my God, and then I've just cut the deck, which this is 2 decks together, and I've then, just to confirm that, pulled cracked open. So we've got the cracked opening, it's happening for you, not to you. Now we've got cracked open. Rock bottom, surrender to the alchemy of life. So some people really are at rock bottom. And you know what you need to do when you're at rock bottom in your dark night of the soul? You need to do similar to what I was saying I done. Shut the world out, because that's what you need to do. And when you feel like being like people, be with people. When you don't. How can you mother yourself? How can you do what's right for you? The great severing. And this is my card that tells me this is where the split takes place. And this has happened quite a few times, but I do feel it as a big one again today. The great severing. Mars energy, anger, conflict, softening to love. So those words may be relevant, but for me, that is my sign that it is time for many twins to make a choice. Are you going to stay with cool in the gang, which aren't so cool? And time will show those that aren't at that bit yet to realise. Are you going to jump to the new earth and be the real you? And if you've already made that jump quite some time ago, you'll know that you're a lot happier when you're living your joy and your purpose. And especially those of you that are already with your twin flame. And if you're not there, you're in this bit. Stop, embrace winter, great cosmic womb. You're in the void. Somebody even mentioned when they were in the void just the other day, and now they were in bliss. Bliss might be a bit much, but she did say that she felt fantastic or something like that. But some of us, some of you will be in the void space, and you have to honor that. Trust the timing. Trust the wave you came in on. And what do I always say? There's different waves of twins. And particularly what I've noticed, many of the people that interact actually on the chat, as far as I can recognise, you aren't actually in my wave of twin flame unions. Whereas whenever it is that I'm going to come into twin flame union, I don't feel any of the people that I talk to on a daily basis would come in at the same time. I might be wrong though, and maybe that might happen. It'd be fucking amazing if it does. But some of you won't be too far after, and some of you, we just don't know. But trust the wave you came in on. Time is not running out. And some of you might come into union before I do. Some of you have come into union before I do. Lots of people that I help actually. But time is not running out, wherever you're at. My God, I mean, this is really crazy message. I mean, crazy, but fucking spot on. Karmic relationships, Orion energy, polarity, soul growth, conflict. Look, so we've got the card that is about so I'm going to, you don't need to, you could open your eyes right now if you're conscious enough, and I'll get you to close them again to take them out. But don't worry about that if you feel too sleepy, because I'll pin it, the timestamp, and I'll get you to watch it again if you want to. But we've got the Great Severing, which is about the new earth split, the old earth and the new earth. Basically, are you going to stay in the fear, or are you going to go and to the positivity and the magic and the dreams and whatever you want to call yours, because there's a lot of fear, there's a lot of fear mongering, there's a lot of scarcity. It's pretty dark, right? And look at this, karmic relationships. So of course that applies to some of the twins that are still in karmic relationships that feel trapped for whatever reasons. Or this is about the karmic relationships with anyone in your life where you feel worlds apart. So whether that's about a romantic relationship, for some it is that, I know it's that for some, or for that's how you felt when you were in it and you're grateful to be out of it, taking the lessons, or that's just about, that could be how you feel with anyone around you, friends, family, work people, but that's two different worlds. And that's what we're in right now, the great severing. Perspective, none of this matters, zoom out, common ground. Council of Light, divine orchestration, helpers, and sort of, I'm going to stop pulling them now. And then we've got that very galactic looking birth and creations, tapestry expression. Yeah, so again, we're at a choice point, we're at the 0 point, and it is about, for those of you that are ready to take that quantum leap into your highest timeline, into the new earth, which you really have to take personal responsibility to create every day. You've just done it, but you need to do your part in keeping that going. Okay, right. So now I'm going to lead us out of this journey. So I want you to see yourself walking away from this safe, sacred space, feeling like, yeah, I'm proud of the steps I've taken this week, no matter how big or small, knowing that if it was a big deal to me, it's a big deal, and I'm proud of myself. And I'm very proud of all of you, whether I know you really well or I don't know you at all, and you've just decided to do this all lurker. I hope it helped you. Let me know. And I want you to see yourself walking over that chakra bridge, sparkling up your chakras wherever you need it, because we all need it somewhere. A little bit of sparkling up our chakras. And then you're going to find yourself at the door. And now I'm going to count from 10 to 1. And when I get to 2, you're going to think about your eyes. And when I get to 1, you're going to push that door. You're going to close the door behind you, leaving your guides that stay on that side, bringing the ones that come with you. And you're going to open your eyes wide awake, back on the YouTube. And if you wanted to drift off into a lovely, peaceful sleep, you're going to have a lovely, peaceful sleep. Allow the dreams and all the energy to integrate as you're sleeping. You're going to wake up whenever you wanted to wake up tomorrow, feeling fresh, clarity, crystal clear visions about wherever you need to see clearly. And then you can update me tomorrow on the live or in the comments on the task video. And like I say, just take a brand new step forward, but this time in your new life, in the new earth energy. So it might still be that, it would be wise to watch my meditation about disconnecting from the old earth and connecting to the new earth, because you need to do it every day. I do it every day. So you need to do it every, and I've been connecting to the new earth energy before anybody was even talking about new earth. So that's how much everybody needs to do it. If I still need to do it every day, do you know what I'm saying? So now we're ready to come back now. Right. So 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, thinking about opening your eyes, pushing the door, closing the door behind you. 1, opening your eyes, wide awake, back on the Zoom, back on the YouTube. It's 10 to 1 in the fucking morning, and I'm going to keep my voice down because some people will have fallen asleep. Right, so. And I'm brilliant, Michelle, to answer you. Right, so I don't know, I'll give people a little bit of time. I'll give it a bit of time to see if anybody is back in the physical, or if they're just going to wake up, with their earphones in the morning and be like, what happened? But it doesn't really matter. Right, so before I go, I'll give it a wee bit of time, and I'm just going to shuffle to ask, what do we need to know about whatever wave of twins? Because before we started, we had the same exact card in the ascension process for both, and this card's round the wrong way. You're awake and you feel crap. Oh, you're not a very good advert for my stuff, are you? Hurt and I are awake. Releasing lower self. Well, maybe that's for you then. Masculine twin, releasing lower self. And maybe that's a bit about it gets worse before it gets better. Honor that. I'm not going to try and fix it. Right, so where is the divine feminine and the physical of one of the waves I'm going to pick up on? Oh no. Karmic drama brought me to consciousness for midnight, and I don't know whether I've had psychic attack or twin energy. What do you mean? Do you mean that you you couldn't get into it, or do you literally mean somebody woke you up like in the physical? No, not you, something else. I've never felt this after a journey. Yeah, no, because you don't normally do it. It does actually, I feel lighter. Michelle's saying she feels lighter. Yeah, it does kind of sound like you've been psychically attacked there. The being cracked open sounds accurate. Yeah, I think you're the reason why I should. Well, I think, first of all, it's not a coincidence you said that, and I pulled masculine twin, releasing lower self, because releasing your lower self is not going to be fun. It is going to feel crap. So that would actually fit. And bear in mind that it'll be more than just you. So I was meant to, you're meant to say that, and I'm meant to read it out. But I'm glad somebody feels lighter. That would, you know what I mean? But again, it is if you listened back to what I said, it was cracked. So isn't that interesting though, Nick? You were obviously meant to be conscious to hear that about crack, because there was two cards, cracked open and cracked open, it's happening for you, not to you. And I think they're both, I don't know if I think they might be basically like the same card from the two different decks, or even if it isn't, the same deck, it's basically, it means something. Well, you can tell Kurt if you almost fell asleep, you're being too controlling, because the people that fall asleep get the gold star. That's the thing that, it's usually new people to that. I have to stress, it's not good to stay awake. It's more, I don't like the word normal, but it's more normal to fall asleep, basically, because it shows that you're really relaxed, and it also shows how much you trust me and what is coming through. But I feel when people stay awake, they're still wanting to control things, and they're still, it's kind of like when you're like, it's like, it's because it's hypnotherapy as well. It's like you're kind of wanting to keep an eye on stuff. So it's kind of like when if you watch Pammy's chat that are released tomorrow, I said about how I'm sure sometimes when I get the healing from her and the massage, I fall asleep, and I wouldn't even be surprised if some of the time I snore. You know what I mean? It's kind of like, I know when I actually fall into a deep sleep beside someone, whether that be a man or like, whenever I've stayed the night beside one of my friends or like that, it's kind of like, it's funny because they've just sort of, what's flashed up in my mind is like one of my friends, there's one of my younger friends actually. I've got a whole load of friends that are, like about 7 years younger than me. And I've had all the, there's loads of stories I've told where we've been, usually all kind of drunk stories. But the amount of times it's so funny, like definitely after a night out, she'd be like, Claire, fucking hell, you snore so loudly. And I'd be like, what the fuck, man? I was like, nobody, like literally, she's like her, and I can't remember if maybe it'd be one of my other best friends. Yeah, it's literally like her and somebody else that have ever said that to me in my whole entire life. So it always makes me wonder, is it because I just trust them so much? Or was it because I was just absolutely pissed? Or is it a combination of both? But then I thought, fuck, I wonder if I've done that bit. But the thing is, like, I know that, I might be wrong though, I don't know. I think I haven't done that with any guy, to the best of my knowledge, because I would always be like doing what I'm saying here. I'd be always really conscious, like, because I'm basically always like, I'm like the wolf energy. Very fucking rarely am I ever in a deep sleep, and when I was, it'd be because I had a full-blown cold and I needed it to go into that deep to sleep, or when I get a massage and I fully, totally trust it and I relax and I float off somewhere, or when I'll have a deep sense of inner peace and intimacy with the other half of my soul, knowing that they're not going off to spend time with other people like that. And I don't know, I've never experienced that because I never had that comfort in knowing that. But hopefully I do one day. Do you know what I'm saying? But I do think there's something in that. When you fall asleep, you snore. It's like, although it's not very good for the bit, it's but hopefully I'm not a fucking snorer when I'm anyway. Don't know where that all came from, but it's true. It shows you're relaxed. Where do you need to let go, people that didn't sleep? I got woken in. Oh God, I got woken in the physical, and it didn't go down well as I intervened in a drama. Oh no. Oh, that's a bit annoying. But that doesn't happen for no reason. Interference, you know that. That's interference. But that's a good thing. That is a good thing, really, because it shows, especially because you took big action today. Twin flames, listen up, whether you're divine feminine or divine masculine, when shit like that happens, because you'll notice actually in the challenge video for today, did you hear all that fucking noise? There was blokes in the street making a right fucking racket, but I didn't start again. I just said, oh yeah, it's interfering, because it is. Whenever I'm doing a session with someone where I'm unhooking real toxic energies or karmic people that are not letting people go or controlling energies of any kind, there's always shit that happens, including, and I can think of someone on here right now, it's happened twice, whenever we've done a Zoom and it's been a really long one and it's been a deep energy, right? The phone dies. The person's phone dies. But again, it's like it's a few things. It's interference, but it's also to test my skills. And because I'm a Reiki master and a distance heal with the shamanic healing and everything really that I do in the Lightcodes, but the hypnotherapist part of me could be like, fuck, I've not woke them up yet. Do you know what I mean? I've not taken them out, but I don't panic. I do for a second, but it's happened that many times with that many people, and actually more than one person on here, but one person in particular because it was the last person that happened with. Every time that's happened, because it's actually happened with my membership groups as well on the lives, that would be when my phone actually died. I was like, shit, I didn't think it was going to be that long, and I probably closed my eyes and my charger died, but I just guided everyone out. I either said it telepathically or I said it out loud, because that's what I do when I send the distance healing to the people in the tiers, and it's crazy how people hear me, because some people that took big action recently, I know what I said in the distance healing, and it was kind of like, it's a little bit of magic. It's like, oh my God, was that was it the challenge, was it a wee bit? And it's a wee bit of all of it. So just know that as I'm honoring your annoyance, and you're and that is annoying, but you can watch it, but just know that means you're that little bit closer to being where you want to be, because that could just as easily be happening to other people watching this as well, that just constantly, it's just people are constantly being pulled away from where you're trying to go, whether that's moving on in your life in any area, but definitely for those of you that are moving towards any kind of twin flame union or contact or something, or it's the adjustment bureau. I'm going to lead it right back to the adjustment bureau example. You know what I mean? Just watch that if you haven't seen it. All the lengths that they go to keep the two people apart. But if it's not about the romance yet, it'll be just about you reaching your goals. You know what I mean? Anyway, right. So I'm sure we both would have 100% fell asleep if Moxa wasn't running around. It's not even bedtime yet. Yeah, I mean, you can't admit that. Yeah. So it's like, yeah. Well, I'm glad you didn't fall asleep then, because you'd even looked after your kid. So that's especially a triple Leo. We can't have triple Leo wizard running about with mom and dad under hypnosis. I mean, I think that's going to be very good for me. That makes a lot of sense. Right. Yeah, battery 0%. Yeah, that was Michelle that happened with. 2 times I've been on the Zoom and I've been like, Michelle's been deep. I'm about to take her out the fucking door and the phone dies. I'm like, what? Shit. I'm like, what the fuck? So then that last time was amazing, Michelle. Eh? Like I basically telepathy was like, Michelle, I think you forgot to put your charger in and your phone's died and you need to wake up because you need to wake up to put the charger in so that I can go to my bed knowing that you're not sitting upright. And then she did, but then it was so good, man. You know what I mean? Takes a lot to make me freak out. Right. So what do we need to know? Oh, look at that. There's Neo. You may be Neo, or you might be waiting on a Neo. The chosen one. We're all chosen ones, the 144. Fast track to ascension. And that is what I said at some point, if anyone could remember. Yeah. And Michelle turned into many fucking balls of energy, let me tell you. I love doing those past life regressions. That's the big long sessions. They're fucking fascinating. Fast track to ascension. And that's what I said, that one of the twins goes through that and it's really not very pleasant. Until it is. Always worth it though. Past life healing. Yeah. Voyager's journey, past life healing. And Kundalini activation, clearing karma. Right, it's 101. I'm going to try and wind down. Love yous, thank yous. Going to spray some Florida water. Yes, yeah. I'm sending calm energy. Go and get a lovely sleep. Get back into that zen. Right. Can confirm this happened for our sessions in the very beginning. See, there's another one that happened to, yeah. It's funny. Why does it say, oh my God, see when you roll the cursor over the emojis, it flashes up, rolling on the floor laughing. Right. When did we wake up? Just found myself on this. I love it. Charlotte, you don't even realize that I'm highly honored because I just said that when people when I fall fast asleep, whether it be in a professional capacity, and my friend gives me a massage, or that doesn't sound right though, does it? Yeah, when my friend the energy heals and does a massage, and she's one of my best friends, I fall asleep because I trust her. Same with actually my other best pal that she doesn't do it anymore, but she used to do massage. And when I was going through my dark night soul, actually, when she was giving me a massage, I fell asleep and I was snoring because I trust her in my fucking life. And by the way, she's one of my only friends that never ever stood in the way of me going near my twin flame. In fact, the total opposite. She encouraged it, even when she could see he was masculine twin acting from lower self. But do you know what I'm saying? It's like that, that's somebody that I know can see when two people are meant to be together. That's all I'm going to say, right? That's, yeah. Because serendipitously, she's bumped into him in place, like, you know what I mean? Like, I've said this before, but he actually went up to her and introduced himself. That he wasn't chatting her up. Well, he might have fucking been, but she assures me he wasn't. But I mean, I'm not so sure. But anyway, no. I think I don't know it, but the thing is, I don't even know whether he knew it was my friend. Anyway, but it was kind of weird. He went up and introduced himself, and that's when I said that she said, get yourself down the pub. And I'm like, oh, what fuck? I was like, you probably wouldn't fucking speak to me if I walked in anyway. It was 2 a.m. or something in the festival. And this was literally years and years and years ago. But then it happened another time as well. And then just when he was about to start, I don't know, saying something about me, she was interrupted. And again, it's not the people that interrupt, they might not consciously know that they're stopping something, but that's what I mean. It's the energies. It's like, no, this isn't meant to happen yet. We can't allow anything to get these two people, because I've explained many times before, the kind of twin flames that me and him are, we can't be friends. We'd always end up naked friends. Sorry, just being fucking honest, right? So it was better for everyone that we were kept apart for years on end. Because when we're left alone, we're not going to be friends for very long. Do you know what I mean? That's why I've said many, many times out loud, come to me when you're ready, son, but come to me when you're single. Because I don't think we'll be sitting down having a cup of tea. Do you know what I'm saying? That'll be the next day. Anyway, moving on. Right, so well, that's that Mercury and Sag honesty. Right, but yes, I basically said when people fall asleep, it's a huge honour. Because I said there's only a few people in my life that I've actually snored with. probably through alcohol, but it denotes huge trust. So thank you for trusting me, Charlotte. Yeah, Charlotte passed the fuck out. Charlotte always passes the fuck out. I love it. Baby Wizard will be listening to Healing Sickness Hypnosis tonight. I love it. I love that he responds so well to that. Lexi, do you or do you not, when you've got a headache, you listen to the child healing, don't you? I've done a Reiki healing, shamanic, all my kind of mixture of that healing, that if people want the private link, you can help. Actually, wait a minute, just get in touch with soulfamwolfpack@gmail.com and you can have what we're talking about. But Lexi listens to that for herself. Thanks, everyone. I've woken up before and it isn't clear anymore. Oh, yeah, that's funny. I take that off. See, when I fall asleep, that's fucking weird, isn't it? Do you know, I'll be honest, see what happened to me? That wasn't actually too long ago. I think it was like last week it was a couple of weeks ago, right? And I fell asleep listening to it was like someone's tarot video, but it was someone like, you know what I mean? I follow a lot of people that are just kind of like absolute fucking banter. And but anyway, it was someone that it was kind of like, it was a twin flame reading, but it was really I woke up, I'll put it this way, right? What I'm trying to explain is it was like a general reading, but it must have been really kind of resonant, right? And then it was like I've fallen really deeply asleep. And then at some point it's like, I actually felt like I was on a video call with her, right? It's hard to explain, but I haven't said this out loud, but I'm just recalling it. It was like I woke up when I actually woke up. It was like I was sorry, this has really made me laugh. So, this is confusing, right? So I was still asleep, right? So it's probably like a lucid dream. I was still asleep, but in the dream, I was panicking because I was like, oh no, I haven't paid her yet, right? And it was all really, really resonating. And then it was like, it must have been when she got to the bit where she was like, if you want to book a private reading, and I'm thinking, but we haven't paid you yet, right? But I do remember every word of it. It must have been my wave of twins because it was so fucking scarily resonated, right down everything. And then it was I was like, no, but I was so in a deep sleep that I couldn't wait for and then I think it fucking rolled on to someone else and I was like, who was that? Do you know what I mean? But then I think I just looked at my history, I was like, all right. But do you know what I mean? It was so funny because it was really real. It was real, it felt real. I felt like she was on a fucking Zoom or a video call or something. But what it was a video and she's sitting doing the reading, kind of chilling like me. And it just really did. And I fell asleep. And then it fucking rolled on to someone else. But anyway, I find it funny. And Charlotte finds it funny. It was funny. Do you know what I mean? But I've done that before where it's you wake up and you wake up at fucking 6 in the morning. Do you know what I felt? Do you know what I done last night? This is important for people to know, right? I went back to the start. Oh my God. Take me back to the start. Have you seen the butter? Oh my God, there's so many synchronicities. I was about to say, have you seen the butterfly effect? That's where that, oh no, that's not where that song's from. Or it is. No, it is, isn't it? Coldplay. Clocks. Back to the start. That's what I was about to say there. But what I was going to say was I listened to sacral chakra binaural beats last night. Yeah, because I was guided to, because I burnt the sacred and I was like, right, okay, I'm gonna that instead of listening to fucking random tarot readings, I don't need to listen to, because like I say, more often than not, I'm just don't, I say things, I don't watch these things anymore because it's done it for far too long and I'm kind of, you know what I mean? It's nah. Unless I was really guided to. But yeah, that's interesting. I said that butterfly, because that, look, just when the caterpillar thought the world was over, it became a butterfly. But that, I love the butterfly effect, apart from all the violent bits in it, because if you think about it, that's what that film's all about. Oh, every decision that he keeps making keeps fucking, it keeps fucking it up, and he keeps waking up in a different light, and there's all these terrible fucking things happen. And then, to spoiler alert, the film ends. And it's they walk past each other, don't they? And they kind of look and it's wait a minute, I think I know you from somewhere. And that is that's the twin flame, you know what I mean? Because it's they obviously were meant to find each other again, but then you're meant to be left thinking, wait a minute, I wonder if he sort of ran back and got her number, or if they just fucking kept walking. And that's like the breakup too. The way the breakup film ends, I love it, because you're left to wonder what happened there. And I like to imagine that they went off and got a coffee and that was end of story, and they just fucking moved on from the past, because they all fucking piss about and act like they don't both want each other, and they actually both want the same thing, and they were too proud, and they go as far as to moving out the fucking house, and you know what I mean? But then she needed to, because she needed to go traveling for 6 months to come back around. Oh no, now I'm reeling off all these films. It's like The Rebound as well, because that's different. That's an age gap. He's really, he's a lot younger than her. And then they have to split up. But then in the end, they end up bumping into each other again. And even though he's went traveling and she's like, you need to go and find somebody else your own age, he's went all around the fucking world and he still ends up with her because he can't fucking find anyone that's like her. You get the point, you know what I mean? When you're twin flames, you're always going to wind up back bumping into each other. So don't take fucking, decades about it, for Christ's sake. We're really, really sending, I'm not even fucking kidding. We're sending a shitload of love. See the people that I see genuine fucking comments. I'm not talking about the ones that think they're twin flames and they're not. The genuine comments where I've seen people saying that they've been in separation for 30 fucking years. For fuck's sake, come on. Sort it out, right? That's really unfair. Sorry, I just had to have a word with him there. Right, so the Gruffalo one, to be specific, yes. Yes, that, do you know that every time my mum is freaking out in particular, or my whole family, when it's, when was that actually? Yeah, whenever my mum's at my sister's, or if she's got her at hers and my weeest niece is not sleeping, she chucks that on. She falls asleep in seconds. Me and her I've got a strong connection with both my nieces, but me and her are definitely like my Venus conjunct her Venus. So that's the wee niece that I said, she just stares at me. She just stares at me and smiles. She fucking loves me. Unless she's in a mood and she's like, no, no, no. You know what it's like? They don't even fucking know what no means. It's just no to everything. And it's like, oh, it's one of those days, is it? And then like last week, she was just, oh my God, she's just a little ball of Venus and Aries. I've got Venus and Aries too, but she's just a little ball of light. She's funny. She's a little, I love her. I love them, but they're both my nieces are fucking amazing kids. But I'm going to be biased, but they are. Does that mean Kurt's sleep apnea? Trust me really well. Oh, wait a minute. What is sleep apnea again? What? Go and remind me what that is, because that's why I laughed and I was like, does this fair pretend to know what that is again? I can't actually remember what that is. And I can't lie. Wait, is that the one where people just randomly fucking fall asleep? No, that's not that, is it? I'll wait for the... Right, okay. Where's the divine feminine's at in the physical? Transformation, battle of the head beats heart. I did say I was burning heart chakra oil. And then we've got karmic purge in reverse. So it's done. That's the way I'm taking that. Right, so where is the divine masculine in the collective of the wave I'm picking up on? Oh, karmic relationship, releasing the past. So again, that could be releasing romantic relationships or any kind of relationship, but karmic relationships that serve their purpose to teach people into blossoming into their true self, one with self. The lotus flower. So, and I've used the lotus flower in the emojis of the task videos this week, didn't I? About, you have to grow through the mud to get to where you need to be. You need to heal the past life healing. So that's where one wave of twins are at. Where's another wave of twins in the physical, the feminine? Higher conscious awareness, increase your frequency. Sacred sexuality, accessing the unified field. And the masculine, to go with that one, is the divine masculine, And oh dear, but it's got false twin flame, intense change, but it's in reverse. So I feel they've already went through that. Yeah, so again, that can mean that they either literally did feel that was a really strong connection, whether or not that, you know, that the word twin flame was used, but just something that felt really intense. And then somebody started to show, whoa, cracked open. The crack started to show that, whoa, this person is not so nice. But then it helps the person grow into the divine masculine. That, and it could have already happened or might be happening right now, right? Where's another wave of twins? Can't actually identify which was my wave. I'm not even gonna lie. I thought it was the first one, and I was like, could be the second one. I'm not meant to know. Good luck if you can identify which is yours. Because I resonated with probably the first one, but anyway. Oh my god, that's too much. Fucking hell. Right. Where's a third wave? They're pulling me at the blue butterfly over there. And then it just feels like we're not done yet. I think I want to pull from one of these decks and then I'll go. Fairy Oracle, I think. I don't use same cards very often. Right. Feminine in the physical. Open your heart, set loving boundaries, and staying grounded. The generator. That's what I'm in human design. And on the bottom, we've got let go of expectations. Oh my God, I could actually resonate with a little bit of all of these. But you see, that's probably because I am that energy where I'm like, I can see. It's like how when I'm doing one person's cards, I can see how it would fit with everyone in some sort of way when you're looking deeper. What I can say is I'm being drawn to Dark Night of Soul before I shuffle for the masculine. Can't fucking remember what I said for the feminine. Reprogram your soul, release, raise, and reclaim. And Kundalini activation, chakra, karma, clearing, all those words in different orders for the masculine. Right. And then what happens when it's time for all Holy Grail code? Receive the gift, which I think fits really beautifully with when I was channeling. Your twin flame should feel like a gift from God. Obviously not in the moments where you're pissed off with them, so let's be realistic here. But look, receive the cup. We angels bring you gifts from your creator. Open your arms to receive. So only when you're open to receive that gift will it come about in your life. And until you're ready to receive it properly and keep it, you might be tested. And then that's where, yeah, you know, you can let us know how that goes. Because of course that's the thing, there can be fears about when somebody does turn up. What if they turn up, have a night of passion and they fuck off again and don't come back for a while? What I'm saying? Right, so let's pull from this ridiculously big book. But I don't feel a lot of the twins that have been away for forever are going to come back and do that. Once you have the reassurance that you're not going to break their heart into a million tiny little pieces, and once you're reassured that they won't do the same back to you, it's for keeps. Right, so what? But of course, that's why you have to work on yourself, because if you are thinking someone's going to do that to you, you're needing to heal that insecurity and that deep inner wound within you. And then that's why you need to book therapy with Claire. Sorry, just saying. That's why I refer to myself in the third person. That is the third person, isn't it? I get mixed up with what's what, but right. So again, don't know these cards very well, but let's just pick one because they're very long-winded from what I remember. A bit like myself. Oh, that's nice. A gift from God. Yes, it is. You are a gift from God from your twin flame, and they're a gift from God to you. Right. And that is why it's so fucking toppling and overwhelming when it's like, oh, feels too good to be true. This person's going to leave me. And then they will, because they'll mirror back your fear. Oh yeah, that's really important. You know what I mean? Your twin mirrors back your deepest fears. So that's an indication of what you need to heal. You know what I mean? Oh, fucking I'm actually fucking... When am I never gobsmacked? But I'm fucking gobsmacked. The oak something. I can't even make out the words, but hello. The tree analogy that's been getting fucking used throughout the whole thing. And this is called the oak something. Weird. Right, let's read what it says. It's kind of like quite an ugly looking oak thing. Right, so 47. The Oak Men. It's called the Oak Men. Weird M. Right, okay. So somebody's name or surname may beginning with an M. That's just randomly coming in there. Obviously, that's not fucking everyone, so use your discernment. Right, so the Oak Men. Strength, ancient wisdom, depth. I had an interesting lesson from the Oak Men about how we humans use fairies to mirror our own projections. Right, for fuck's sake. That's why I just said that about your twin mirrors back your own fears. Wow. So that's why it can be a bit of a fucking weird ping pong game, can't it? Because it's like, just, they're not coming to you because you're... Oh God, I just can't even untangle that one. It takes ages, but it's true. When you really sort of break it down, it's like, oh my God, yeah, it's like shit. And it wait, anyway, it's a fucking minefield. Right, until it isn't. Mirror our own projections. That's crazy. The eyes of the Oak Men are a warm light brown, but some people look at them and say, ooh, red eyes, scary. Like, actually, fuck, that even means something. I just done that. Sorry. I tried, but anyway, with what I said, we know that's not true because all we're going about how fucking looking he is all the time. Right, so I tried a little experiment using digital magic. I made a copy of the Oak Men and gave them blue eyes. I then asked some people for their impressions of the men, and words like innocent and sweet and melancholy came back. Oh, I feel there's a lot of fucking meaning in all the weird shit that just happened there. Then I changed them to unreal looking violet and got responses like, ooh, so spiritual, so wise. This is totally, I get what this is about already. I've never read this card before. It's about all the different ways someone could be seen when they're in their shadow and when they're in their divine self and when they really step into that spiritual soul. Well, interesting. Had the Oak Men changed? Of course not, but what people projected onto them had. When we look at a fairy, we can simply project all of our fears and insecurities and prejudices and delusions on them. Or we can try to see them as they are. Which, of course, on the twin flame journey, your biggest job is to just... Well, it's not even that's how it's not even a chore. You just totally unconditionally love that person and you accept them as they are. And of course, yeah, the bits where you can see where they're not genuinely happy, you want them to change for them. But that's why I always stress, don't change for your twin flame. If that's a bit of a motivator, whatever works, but change for yourself. And that's why I said during that thing that in my darkest, if he had turned up, like, you know, regardless of circumstances, because it just wouldn't happen back then, but it wouldn't have mattered because I felt deeply unhappy. You know what I mean? And then your twin mirrors that at some point in their life and the same thing, like, you know, I'm sure I could make him laugh and make him happy in certain ways, but still, you know, if he's got a deep sense of unhappiness, I don't think we'll fucking fix that. I know you have to spend a bit of time trying to fix it yourself and then come to me. Could probably help you more than most, right enough. But, but do you know what I'm saying though? You do need to spend that time healing it for you. Right, so in a sense, all oracles are simply mirrors of the wisdom and confusion within the reader. But if we only look at them through our personal filters and projection, we learn very little. It is only when we actually try to see beyond ourselves that we begin to use the oracle as a mirror of the cosmos and all of its wisdom. One member of the oracle group looked at them and wrote, "When I see this card, I lose all track of time. I feel deep grounding in peace and contentment. Everything is there if you just take the time to be part of it." God, I think there's some synchronicity in this when I said I am the old oak tree, because that was channeled to me as I'm an old oak tree. And it's about what different people get from me, because I trigger the fuck out of some people. They cannot stand my light. And other people can't get enough of it because it grounds them and calms them. Or it just makes them feel, I don't know, whatever, something good. Happy. And that's when I said, I can see a little bit of I can see a little bit of myself in everything, whether it's a different timeline or, if it's similar sort of where I'm at. And I can see it with other people that I know well too. I can see how that ties into you. I can see how it ties into them. It is a deep homecoming for me. To me, the oak men show the deep wisdom of age, the inner peace and strength of the elders. Yeah, and that's what those of you that are in my membership groups will know, that I know that I was an elder. Like an old sort of shamanic woman. That's why I always say, forget people's age. Like, I'm only 38, but my soul, like, this is my last life. Like, I'm a really, really, really old soul. And if you've heard me telling the story on Facebook, there was actually a Native American Indian man. He had all this wolf stuff on his table. And that was really before I had really got into all the wolf stuff, or accepted that about me, I suppose. He looked into my eyes and he said, you have very, very blue eyes. And I was like, yeah, no shit, Sherlock. But I was like, no. But I was like, yeah. And he says, you have very, very old eyes. He says, you're a very, very, very old soul. He said something like that. And I remember feeling very fucking like somebody got me for the first time ever, because it's true. Windows really are the eyes to the soul. Right, so this is what the oak men are about. Can you look at them and see them as they are, or can you only see your own projections? The universe, like the oak men, is full of wisdom and compassion and strength, but it doesn't always come in pretty packages. Oh my God, how magical. And the other side of this fucking card is on page 144, baby. Out of all that big book, that's meant to be. Let me see what that shows up on in the video. Made it to my bed now. Thanks for tonight. You're very welcome. Yeah, I'm going to go to my bed after this. This card depicts the strength and wisdom of age. It also reminds us that what we need to know, what is truly there to be seen, cannot be discovered by a superficial glance and hasty reaction. Oh my God. So when I looked at it and thought it looked like an ugly sort of tree mat, that was me channeling what some people can do. Because again, that isn't really like, I did think it was kind of weird when I said that out loud anyway. But we all do that, you know what I mean? Even if it's like super, because like you say, this might surprise, well, it probably won't because with the shit that I say, but it surprises some people when they think, oh, because I am like a really fucking, I was about to say super duper nice person. I don't even fucking like the word super duper, but I'm a really nice person, and I'm fucking far too fucking understanding people that are massive fucking C words to me. Just saying. But but all that aside, so some could be wrong. Forget that I'm a twin flame. Pretend I wasn't a twin flame. Some people could think that I was one of these kind of, it doesn't matter what somebody looks like, and looks are only skin deep, and all that kind of. No, sorry. Listen, put aside the fact that I was a twin flame. For me to even fucking kiss somebody, let alone jump into bed with them, I need to fancy the fuck out of them. And if ever that has happened when it's went that far, I was probably very drunk, right? But even that, I would probably be drunk, but there was something that made me do it. Like, that is the type of, I need to be really attracted to somebody to want to even kiss them, right? That is me. So when it comes to, so in a way, I don't know if I would say that makes me superficial, but I do really have to be very attracted to somebody. So then actually that's probably why I do always it, but then I have to buffer it with, I really fancy my twin flame, and although I haven't seen him for about 1 billion years, I know I will still really fancy him, whether he's feeling his fucking best or he isn't. I just will, because I love his soul, but he is really good looking too. You know what I mean? And he's always going to be, and you know what I mean? That's just it. So you better fucking feel the same fucking way about me. He's not my twin flame, but no, I know he does, and I'm not even big-headed. I know that he feels like that about me. But the thing is we'll both feel like that about each other. That it's like you're a gift from the gods. But we all know we don't all wake up feeling like a gift from the gods, do we? Fucking far from it. Do you know what I mean? Anyway, whoever that helps out there. But yes, that's quite interesting. Yeah, because I always just think that, like, if I was observing myself, I'd think I was maybe somebody that it didn't matter what somebody looked like. I can't really comment because, like, say, you only want your twin flame when you're a twin flame, but when you wake up, that fully. But it helps when they're nice to look at. Right, so consider the history of the situation in depth and learn from the past. Consult others with more experience than what you have. Learn from the wisdom of the elders, both those available to you personally and those you encounter in books and elsewhere. In this matter, it would be wise to make your decisions after more pondering or study of the situation. Consider motivations in depth. Take action only after deliberation. The oak men tell us that haste may be, at this moment, our worst enemy. They also suggest that we might learn a lot from trees. Oh my god. This whole fucking week has been about trees, and I wish that person would get back to me about whether I can post her tree doodle. If you're watching this now, let me know. I don't know if she will watch it this deep, but I'll message her again tomorrow. That's so funny. Out of all the fucking cards, and I've pulled it, it's about a tree. Consider the trees and their wisdom. And again, like I said, in my old life, I was a tree. Panda in the house, son. What's going on over here then? You reading someone's future? No, we're just leaving, Panda. We've been on here for a long time. Fairies speak to us in many, many ways, and we perceive their intent with our ears, our eyes, and our hearts and our laughter too. Right. Okay. I'm done. So take another look at that. You've got a second chance. I can see what the thingy means now. I can see somebody looking quite sad. That's fucking weird. I'm still a bit blown away. It's about a tree. Right, it's fucking Baltic in here, guys. So I'm going to bed. Oh, that's hilarious. You're ruthless. Lexi, that's our friend Panda. He's somebody that comes on regularly. Why did you, honesty, why did you spanner him? It's like I'm just seeing somebody bashed over the head with a spanner. That's funny. I've even said quite a few times, I'm like, I'm not being funny. I'm fucking, it's really not something that he would do. But anyway, I'm not going to say it again. I've said it before, but it's just interesting. Yeah. Anyway, you're very, very welcome. You're the best as well. Thank you, Michelle. Right. Okay. Sleep well, and you probably will have lots of weird dreams. On your way out, if you haven't liked the video, please like the video. If you've watched it this fucking far on replay, for whatever reason, like the fucking video, please. That's the least you could do. And I'm grateful. Yeah, and I'll, round and round. Wherever you're going round and stuck. You did get a spanner. Did you not notice that? Did I get a spanner? You did. She's deleted your message. But to be fair, it's probably because she saw me looking a bit shifty, because I was like, wait a minute, you say the same thing when you come on. So that's what always makes me think someone's spamming. But we've grown quite fond of you. So those of us that know you come all the time. So Lexi didn't know that, so we'll forgive her. Oh my God, Lexi's on a... Lexi, you've let on a fucking power trip, Pen. Fucking deleted his message, and now you've timed him out for 300 seconds. Oh, wait a minute. Remember that happened before? Remember it was Sophia deleted Marie's comments, right? And Sophia was like, I can't remember what it was. It was either like she was literally like nowhere near the phone, right? Or like she was like, or she'd fallen asleep. Like it was something weird like that. And she was like, that wasn't me. So it might be the same thing again. But oh, wait a minute, that's quite funny. Oh, wait a minute, I didn't use any of these cards. Right, let's do 3 more. I'm not actually that tired, to be honest, but I really should go to my bed because I've got my niece tomorrow, so I've got to lie in for a while and then I've got my niece. Right. What oh shit. The word that fell on the floor is a word I was using loads. Creativity. Creativity, that's our word. And humour. I just looked at humour in the box, but like, yeah, creativity. That's the word. We'll just pull one. And what else do we need to know? Protected by angels. Well, of course you are, because if you didn't know that, angels surround me 24/7. And James Van Praagh actually channeled that to me in my it was before my Dark Night of Soul in 2015. He picked me out of a room of 60 people and said, you heal with angels 24/7, you have done since the day you were born, and you will continue to do that. And then you will, yeah. And he said all this other stuff I can't remember, but yeah. You are cherished by angels. That's how special you are, if nobody's told you that today. Grounding. Go deep, explore your roots. Another fucking tree thing, of course it is. We're not even going to be shocked by that. And surrender. Yeah. What a perfect thing to read. Surrender and grace. I love it. I never use these cards, but that's really perfect. Oh, look, and she's being reborn. That's me tomorrow going into the fucking sea after I've been inside for I don't know if I will go outside tomorrow, but look, she's walking into the water, being reborn. So that she could be a he, just change it however it applies. All is well. I surrender to my inner guidance. So that can go wherever you're at. If you're feeling like you need to take action with something, fuck it, let's go. That should be everyone watching this, actually. If it's feeling like you're if it's feeling like you need to go inwards, trust that. I graciously accept the infinite love of the universe. Grace. Right. Sleep well, people, whatever time it is at your point in the world. Oh, laughing my ass off. I'm so sorry. I thought it was spam. No, it's fine. No, it kind of is and it kind of isn't, aren't you, Panda? We can't really make a right. I mean, at one point I was like, that's the kind of thing. It kind of is and it isn't, to be honest. I'm still not sure. Like, I was like, that's kind of thing that, like, I don't know. No, at one point I did actually think it might be my twin flame. But then I was like, nah, it isn't. But there's something that's just, I can't really quite, it isn't, but the timing of when you pop up, so I can't explain it. But look, Panda, whoever you are. See, I've got a little panda here. That's why, basically. I'm not meaning you actually my twin flame pretending to be somebody else. I'm not meaning that to think it for, but it's because the pandas are the yin yang for me. And so when you pop up, so yeah. Sweet Lord, make me not a moderator. No, it's funny. It's fine. Listen. Because you do get really annoying. I mean, Brianna done the same thing. And I mean that with love. You get very fucking annoying. So, you know, take it with love. But it takes a lot to be kicked out around here. Do you know what I mean? The fucking sex chat spam thing and that. You know what I mean? We need to get on that as soon as. But listen, like I say, with some of the shit I'm saying sometimes, we're attracting all sorts. So we need to be kind of, can understand why some of that shit's popping up. But usually it's just the dark energies in the skies. But yeah, we can handle people that are, you know, we can all be annoying. I can be annoying. I'm being annoying right now and I just need to leave. So anyway, I don't know who made me a moderator. No regrets. You can stay a moderator. It's absolutely fine. Fired. Brianna done it too. Brianna done it more harsh, actually. I think I said the exact same thing. So it's fine. But it was just because you aren't as on as much as everyone else, so you don't know that banter, but you'll notice. Well, and unless you've banned him forever, he'll be back. But yeah, sorry about that, Panda. And am I back? Yes, you are back. That's funny. But I'm actually going now because I need to eat again because am I going dizzy because of the ascension? Am I going dizzy because of the heater? Am I going dizzy because I haven't eaten enough? Probably a little bit of fucking all of it, but I need to go and have some fucking cereal or something, and then I need to sleep for the next fucking 12 hours or something. Right. What do you mean by spam? Well, it's just kind of like coming on to be like, I don't know, how do you describe spam? I don't know how to describe spam. Like a bot, you know what I mean? Like for instance, right, there was one woman, I thought this was fucking hilarious. It was when I was doing all those lives in the summer, right? And there was one woman kept coming on and she was like, oh my God, I love your hair. Oh, you're so pretty. I love your hair, right? And at first I just thought, oh, fucking hell, somebody really likes my fucking hair. Do you know what I mean? And then I realized that every time she was commenting, she was like, oh my God, I love your hair. And I was like, you gotta be, we don't all need to be that understanding, but I'm thinking she might not be quite right, okay? So, but then I noticed it was like, I noticed on other people's spam things, it was like, there's actually people that are called, oh my God, I like your hair. She wasn't called, oh my God, I like your hair. She was called something else and she just kept writing, oh my God, I like your hair. So anyway, it could be fucking anything, but that's even if it's very repetitive and it's the same thing that somebody's saying every time they come on. Oh my God, I do that as well. But do you know but that's just because people aren't fucking listening. And I'm hitting the very, you need to keep fucking hearing it until it sinks in. So that doesn't apply there. But do you know what I'm saying? It's like you can tell when it's spam, when it's kind of, it's meant to irk you. It's meant to it's meant to annoy you. You know what I mean? But that's where it's like something that can take a wee bit of, but that's actually, see, this is useful because this is like spotting people that are a bit tricky, that aren't yeah, it's like things that are hard to prove. You're like, I can't quite kind of put my finger on that, but that person's being a bit of a fucking wido, or they're trying to get on my tits, or they're trying to, that was fucking relevant there. But like, they're getting a bit of a digging. Do you know what I mean? Whatever you want to say, you know what I mean? And that's don't worry, Panda, that's not you. But anyway, I've been so much in that weird space that I need to fly off to my bed now, okay? So sweet surrender to the sweetness. Look, my hand just picked up this card for a reason. Venus energy. And I was talking about my Venus in Aries, and my wee niece has got that. Pleasure, joy, make love to life. And it's got the wee man on it that are separated by an ocean of feelings. And like I always say when I see this card, is that like a huge separation that, it's quite hard to get to one another. Like it does feel like it, I just like to say hi to Crystal sometimes because she's nice. Fair enough. We like that. You can stay. But remember, stop calling me Crystal because it's Claire. I literally say at the start of every fucking video, it's Claire, not Crystal. God. That's what that's the bit I think reminds me of my twin thing, because I'm sure we didn't used to argue, but we'd have funny sort of, I'm sure I'm not making that up. Like I'm sure it was anyway, it was better. There was more good stuff than there was fucking, but it's just kind of like I was like, try to fucking take piss. I'm like, delete that right away. No chances. I know it's quite funny. Venus energy, pleasure, make it. Yeah. So it's like, anyway, is that an ocean of feelings keeping this two apart, and all they need to do is speak to each other, or is that like two people that live in two different parts of the world, or basically, do you see that as a huge big problem? Or is that like a metaphor? That's where that can be different things to different people. But anyway, right, now it's time to go. Right, love yous. This is the bit where I try to find out how to fucking end this. A bit like the twin flame journey, and then you work out you can't. You go round and round like the card I just picked up. Again, round and round. That's funny. Message in a bottle. Somebody's getting a message. Somebody's getting a message. 15th. You might need to wait till the 15th of November. It's got a 15 on it. Right. Oh God, I look fucking shattered. Right, see you later. Bye.